I'm honored to be with you today for your commencement from one of the finest universities.
这可以了，这是 live。然后你换 PPT 就到这儿来。
I never graduated from college, and this is the closest I've ever gotten to a college graduation.
然后你换 PPT 就到这儿来。
Today, I want to tell you 3 stories from my life. That's it. No big deal. Just 3 stories. The first story is about.
Excuse me, guys. We cannot take the coffee in the room. Sorry. Cannot take the coffee in the room.
That stayed around as a drop-in for another 18 months or so before I really quit.
Guys, we cannot
so why did I drop out? It started before I was born. My biological mother was a young, unwed graduate student, and she decided to put me up for adoption. She felt very strongly that I should be adopted by college graduates, so everything was all set for me to be adopted at birth by a lawyer and his wife. Except that when I popped out, they decided at the last minute that they really wanted a girl. So everything was all set. So my parents.
Wait. Hello.
We got on the last minute that they really wanted a girl. Everything was all set. They said, so my parents. My mother had just graduated from college that they really wanted. My father himself with this. She refused to sign final adoption papers. She only relented a few months later when the parents promised that I would go to college. This was the start of adoption papers. And 17 years later, I did go to college. But I naively chose a college that was almost as expensive as Stanford. And all of my working class parents' savings were spent on my college. I did.
Hi guys. Our first panel will be beginning, okay? Please take a seat.
He's going to help me figure it out. And here I was, spending all the money.
Hi guys. Our first panel will be beginning, okay?
So I decided to drop out and trust that it would all work out okay. It was pretty scary at the time, but looking back, it was one of the best decisions I ever made. The minute I dropped out, I could stop taking the required classes that didn't interest me and begin dropping in on the ones that looked far more interesting.
看一下这个 Zoom 是不是有连接那个
I didn't have a so I slept on the floor in friends' rooms. I returned Coke bottles and 5-cent deposits to more interesting.
对，
And I would walk the 7 miles.
这个但是我刚才打开我们链接。好，我现在看一下。
And much of myself into by following my curiosity and my
但是我刚才是我有问题吗？你用你手机试一下。不是，这是你们1个小时前的那个，我现在看一下。
perhaps the best calligraphy instruction in the
当然，就重新开，我点开试一下。
every poster.
OK， 没问题啊。Live stream 可以 ，Live stream 这是你们1个小时前，那就开始吧。
And didn't have to take the normal
等一下，
class.
等一下，又重新开，我
I decided to take a calligraphy class to learn how to do.
OK， 没问题。
I learned about serif and sans serif typefaces, about varying the amount of space between different letter combinations, about what makes great calligraphy great. It was beautiful. I was adorable, artistically subtle in a way that science can't have space between, and I found it fascinating. About what makes none of this had even a hope of any practical application.
Guys. Hi. Our first panel.
It all came back to me. And we designed it all into the Mac.
Yeah.
It was the first computer.
Guys. Hi.
If I had never dropped in on that single course in college, the Mac would have never had multiple typefaces or proportionally spaced fonts.
Yeah.
And since Windows just copied the Mac, it's likely that no. If I had never dropped in on that single course in college, I would have never had multiple typefaces or proportionally spaced fonts.
Yeah.
If I never dropped out, I would have never dropped in on that graphic, and personal computers might not have the wonderful typography that they do. Of course, it was impossible to connect the dot looking forward when I was in college, but it was very, very clear looking back.
嘉宾上来一下，
forward. You can only looking backwards. So you have to trust that dots are somehow connected in your future. You have to trust instinctively in your gut.
Hi, how's it doing?
Whatever. Because believing that the dots will connect.
I really, really enjoy the conversation between Joy and John. John is such an incredible individual, and I personally work with and friends. So feel free to reach out to him and ask questions if we don't have time. Now, I would like to
I found what I love.
move to our next incredible session.
We worked hard, and in 10 years, Apple had grown from just a two-person garage into a $2 billion company
Now,
4,000 employees.
I would like
We just
to
released our finest creation, the Macintosh, a year earlier, and I had just turned 30.
session.
And I got fired. And in 10 years, Apple had grown from just how can you get fired from a company?
Okay, let's dive into our first panel of the day. Regulating and unregulatable crypto asset in the Trump era. This is such a timely topic as we navigate the complex regulatory landscape for the crypto of the day. Regulators have a fantastic group of experts here to explore how the industry is adapting to the ever-changing legal and political environment. Please join us to welcome
I felt that I let the previous
Wilfred Dre, CEO and co-founder of Solvent Technology and CEO of Samara Alpha Management.
and tried to apologize for screwing up so
Please
much.
join us to
It was a very
welcome
public failure, and I even thought about running away
Wilfred
from
Dre,
it.
CEO and
But something slowly began to dawn on me.
Technology and
I still
CEO
love
of
what I did.
Management.
The turn of events at Apple had not changed that one bit.
As
I'd been rejected, but I was still in love.
Dre,
And so I decided to start over. I didn't see it then, but it turned out that getting fired from
Is it better now? Yeah. Okay, great. I would like to invite Evan Zhang, the CEO and co-founder of Pennyworks. Welcome. The next, we would love to invite Jun Wang, Director of Legal and Compliance at BitMart. Mr. Hao Wu, CEO of Clouder Power. And Winston Ma, partner at Dragon Global Family Office and co-founder of Dragon AI. Welcome them.
Check. Can you hear me? Good. Okay, cool. Thank you for the organizer to be here. This is a very exciting event. It's a combination of cryptocurrency as well as AI. Let me kick off the panel with a little bit introduction. I think the star of the panel are the panelists here, not me. So I spent a few years in cryptocurrency already and many years in traditional assets. Let me kick off with intro. Ivan, please.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ivan. I currently run Pennyworks. So we do cryptocurrency digital asset bookkeeping for prime brokers, institutional fund managers, and DeFi protocols.
Mike has problem.
Okay. This is Juan from BitMart. I work for the legal and the compliance department, and I work for the cryptos for like a couple of the years, and found that's very interesting and very fantastic.
Hi, my name is Hao Wu. I'm with a crypto mining company. We have been involved in crypto mining since 2017. Very glad to be here.
Wait.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Winston Ma, a single family office tech investor. And recently I was the managing director, head of North America for CIC, China's sovereign wealth fund. So because of that connection, today I'm also an adjunct professor, program director at NYU for the program on sovereign wealth funds.
As you can see, we have a number of experts here in regulatory work, the work area, and as well as sort of in the business in cryptocurrency, and in traditional investment as well. So I think the first question I want to kick off is, given the current topical condition here, we have the tariff going on and so on and so forth. Give us I'll go around the panel and ask a question about the tariff and economic impact and in relation to the Bitcoin in general. Evan, please start with.
So first, I say we appreciate you guys organizing. Thank you, BitPush and DCFA for hosting this event. Obviously, we're in a very challenging time, and I didn't expect that the first panel would be on regulation, which I wouldn't think would be the most exciting thing to start with, but hopefully we can make it interesting. Obviously, a lot of things have been happening around the tariffs as a result of the regulations changes in Trump. But as it relates to crypto, relatively speaking, we've been immune from that, specifically from the regulation front. Now, obviously, in the economic perspective, the sentiment has affected the prices and valuations over the last few months. But in terms of regulation, it has been an up-only type development. So to put everything in context, OCC previously just recently came out with guidance that established clear lines in terms of what banks can and cannot do with stablecoins. They're able to custody crypto for their customers. They're able to actually provide stablecoin services themselves, as well as the fact that the SAB 121 has been repealed, which essentially paves the way for banks to come in and institutional competitors to potentially some of the established crypto players that we already have, such as Coinbase, Kraken, and so forth. And so that entrenchment of the institutions into the crypto financial services sector will essentially legitimize it more and potentially make it a new avenue for growth in the future.
Yeah, I feel like the tariffs recently so much dramas there, and I started to stop to counting that what exactly number recently, but I feel like it's definitely impact to the BTC and significantly because as a payment way that people use the alternative like the assets to hedge the traditional finance instability. But on the other hand, I really think like the reserve dollar it's like a deja vu. It's like they always should talk about this every time, but I think they just bring back because of the spotlights. From my opinion, I didn't see like too much like a significant impact for this situation.
Yeah, I think I echo the sentiment here. I don't see tariff per se has a big impact on the development in the regulations and in the crypto area, especially on the Bitcoin area. You could see that actually there are lots of news in regulatory front from the state level last week. On last Tuesday, New Hampshire announced it become a first state to establish Bitcoin reserve, which means its treasurer can buy 10% of Bitcoin with the public money. Following that, Arizona passed a legislation which recognized, I guess, the status of digital asset. Actually, in Arizona, it's very interesting because there are two bills. One was not approved, which will be similar to New Hampshire's Bitcoin reserve, but the other one was approved. So it's still, I guess, in progress. Then I think yesterday, Oregon also passed a bill that allowed digital currency in Bitcoin investing or recognizes, it basically changed the commercial code, recognize the digital asset as an asset. So we'll see. I think there are dozens of states behind that. We have Utah, we have Texas, we have Kentucky, and a number of others. On the federal level, I think it's a little bit behind. There is a reason. There is a reason for it. I think I won't elaborate on that publicly, but we can discuss in private. Why is that? I have a conspiracy theory on that. But in any case, you can see in the US, the regulatory front is becoming very friendly to Bitcoin and other crypto assets. I think that trend is going to continue.
I think a conspiracy will make the panel more interesting here.
Very good. So I will speak from the perspective of like the sovereign funds and crypto investing, right? Because these are the largest investors. So relating to tariff, I think the connection is maybe the tariff war actually distracted the the Trump administration as well as the two houses, so that the regulatory change has been slower than we expected, which slows the investment activities of the sovereign funds. What I meant is, right, last November, actually, John's colleague, the CEO of Coinbase Asset Management, was a guest speaker at my class at NYU. And the conversation at that time was mostly about Gary meets Donald, yeah, because the concept was Trump will fire Gary Gensler, the SEC commissioner then, and they would start this all-around regulatory framework change, right? But so far we haven't seen that yet. Actually, to some extent, what Trump did is very similar to Gary in the sense that they will consider the Bitcoin as special, right? Because Gary Gensler, SEC, let the Bitcoin futures to come up first. And for Trump, what he did is to have this national crypto reserve, which in essence is like a Bitcoin-based sovereign fund of the U.S. Because for Trump's crypto reserve, it only takes Bitcoin from government holdings. Yeah, so when you look at this, actually the regulatory change hadn't happened yet. So we have to look forward to the Trump administration together with the support of a few houses to actually come up with this stablecoin regulation quickly, and hopefully the overall market structure reformation law, right, will come into the play as well. That will facilitate more sovereign funds to become investors in this space. But right now, the tariff war is the headline, so it distracted this trend a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, definitely in the on the federal level, there are like stablecoin bill as well as Genius Act, like undergoing Senate and House. So that's pretty active. On the regulatory, agencies front, there are active conversations actually coming up next Monday. I think ICC have the panel regarding tokenization or DeFi and so on and so forth. So this is actually in US, the attitude now is very crypto forward thinking, if you will. And this is really prompt. The next question is, really, if you think about the reserve currency, people compare Bitcoin as a sort of a digital gold, right? The gold, in many cases or for many countries is a reserve asset as well. Given our experience on the panel, what do you guys thought about comparing gold versus the digital gold, Bitcoin?
Maybe I'll start off. Maybe you can put on a chart. I prepared a chart that compared the gold value versus Bitcoin value last few years. But let's set the stage first. Currently, the U.S. Fed debt at the federal level is 36 trillion. So I want you to remember that, 36 trillion, because it's all relevant to what we'll talk about here. And 2010, about 15 years ago, the US debt level is 10 trillion. So it has grown dramatically over the last 15 years. And based on the CBO forecast, this is the Congress Budgetary Office forecast, US debt is going to average, the budget deficit will average 2.2 trillion a year for the next 10 years. So by 2035, the US debt level could reach 60 trillion, 60, because right now is 36, you add 24, that's 60. All right, so that's why you see Bitcoin is where it is. It changes its nature from a risky asset to a hedge asset. Last speaker, I talked about this. I want to expand it a little bit. I think because we've been involved in Bitcoin not that early, but at least since 2017. We have seen a couple of cycles already. Before the launch of ETFs, we see Bitcoin as a hedge asset. That's very clearly. When the market is turmoil, the Bitcoin actually goes up. Ever since the launch of ETF in 2024, early 2024, Bitcoin become a quote unquote risky asset, traded very much closely, highly correlated with Max 7. Because if you think about it, institutional investor can trade ETFs in and out. And so naturally, because of this nature, they can trade with the market. Only recently, the narratives changed because the talk of the US dollar, the talk about unsustainability of the US debt, it becomes if the US dollar will lose its value, because this unbelievable high debt burden, then what will be the safe asset? Could be gold, could be Bitcoin. Gold obviously appreciated dramatically over the past 12 months. And the Bitcoin recently have gone up quite a bit in value. So if you think about, now we go back to this chart. The gold right now, the market value total in gold is about 22 trillion. And that's at about current market price of 3,300 per ounce. And people estimate it could go to 5,000 or even 7,000 per ounce in next 5 to 10 years. So that means the gold market value will reach 40 trillion. And Bitcoin current market value is 2 trillion. Okay, so compared to that is very small. If you believe in the future, in the AI era, everything is digitized, all the assets will be stored in some digital form, one form or not, then Bitcoin has a great potential to at least complement gold as a very viable asset. So it's inconceivable. It's not inconceivable that it can go to 20 trillion. That means in terms of price, it can appreciate tenfold. That means the coin is 100K today could reach 1 million per coin. As a matter of fact, if you come to the news, Narrowthink of BlackRock just come out to say Bitcoin can reach 500,000 in 5 to 10 years. So if you put this into a context, this figure, it's not it's not that outrageous. It's totally possible the way it goes. So my advice to all the people, all my friends, and when I talk to this, and when I told them I'm in the Bitcoin mining and say, how can I buy Bitcoin and should I buy? My advice is always, very simply, if you're a conservative person, you should put 2 to 3% of your asset into Bitcoin. If it goes zero, it has no impact on your personal wealth. But if it goes tenfold, your wealth increases dramatically. And if you're a little bit more aggressive, you can think about 5 to 10% allocation. So that's my view in the current US debt, gold, and the Bitcoin, and how should you think in the framework? Thank you.
Let me pause here. Obviously, we're not giving investment advice, but so so you can look at the chart and decide yourself. I think the house opinion is house opinion. Let's take it from there.
Yeah. So very quickly on gold and the Bitcoin, I think they can be compared because they are rare enough. Right? So here's a story because 2009 I was at the CIC. I was a deal captain leading the kind of looking at the potential investment to the biggest gold company in the world. Actually, it's right? The biggest mining company is typically in Canada. So it was Barrick in Toronto. So typically gold also comes with other mines, right? Like copper, that kind of other things. So I had a question with them, and think about 2009. That was the beginning of quantitative easing. So people just started to worry about US dollar weakness, what have you. So back in Beijing, obviously people worry about the weakness of dollar potentially, right? So So at the time, people think, oh, we should put more investment into critical this real assets category, and gold is very limited. So what about others, right? So for example, copper price also went up a lot. So I had asked a question to Barrick executives. Say, would you think that copper someday will soon kind of behave like gold? And for the mining executives, I got from them, I got the immediate answer and said no, because they are not rare enough. It's a very interesting perspective. So I think quickly the conclusion, I think for Bitcoin, I think and gold, if I think Bitcoin can be compared to gold if we do not mess with its existing mechanism to keep it rare. Yeah.
I think the market for the gold or the BTC and many because the race is because current financial situation that people's concerns about the economic instability. So they want to find some way to use to keep their assets safe. And compared to the gold and the BTC has like a decentralization and the borderless the characters and help to, especially for the a younger generation. They feel like it's a much more easier to carry and to take across the globally. Even for the gold, and there is like a real assets tokens to use the gold as to pack with the gold when we want. So it's also to make it as a tokenized real assets on the globally. We have to see that the younger generations, especially I work for the crypto market, and I saw like so many young people. They are like looking for the assets. That's good because they have a financial sense. And it's compared to my generation, I probably will prefer to the gold, but I'm looking for the way that is always the next generation and the new period to get rid of the new financial instruments.
Yeah, I mean, I think the crypto asset in general, obviously digital is much better than paper. Like, horses much more inferior than cars and the steam engine, right? So this is the same type of idea. I do see a lot of younger folks that don't really get into the stock market or traditional assets. They go directly to cryptocurrency. This is true in in Asia. It's true in some other part of the world. Just because the U.S. financial market is more wholesome, more mature. There's less of adoption of cryptocurrency, but I think this is a global trend. The next question I have is really for the sovereign fund. Winston is expert in this area. My question really is, a lot of people talk about crypto. A lot of what sovereign wealth fund talk about getting into cryptocurrency. In what form they're getting into it? Are they getting into it through venture capital vehicles, PE vehicles? They're getting into it through liquid funds. What are the current conversations in the market? And bear in mind, the last cycle we have FTX. There were a few sovereign funds involved in cryptocurrency investment. What is the attitude shift since then?
Yes. No, I think the sovereign wealth funds have been very active in this space, but they are very careful investors because they're the largest institutions, right? So they worry about due diligence risks as well as just the reputational risk type of things, especially after FTX, because for FTX, one of the biggest investor was Temasek, the Singapore sovereign fund. And when it went to zero, actually, then finance minister, right, the current prime minister, Mr. Wang, he was sitting on the board of Temasek, but because of the FTX collapse, right, he had to show up before Congress to explain the due diligence situation at the Temasek. So after the FTX situation, as well as of Celsius, that's kind of the DeFi company, right? Celsius had a big investor, Canadian pension fund, CDPQ in Quebec, also went to zero, right? So also triggered the Canadian pension fund community to rethink about the due diligence. So all these things, make them to investment more carefully about the target structure. For FTX type of thing, they will ask, do you have a board, right? And for Celsius, they will ask, do you really have the assets, right? And now what they are really good at is to get into the sort of the Web2 type of platform that service Web3, like things like chain analysis, right? Chain analysis provides blockchain data analytics, but essentially it provides this service to regulators, right? So it generates institutionalized cash flow from high quality clients like FBI, IS type guys. What they're working on is Web3 transactions because they take blockchain data and they review it, right? So for that, another Singapore sovereign fund, GIC, is a major investor in chain analysis. And then across the spectrum, they also get into the token cryptos themselves. But again, they're very careful, right? So they very rarely get into tokens directly, sometimes indirectly through their subsidiary trading companies. The latest development actually helped them to get into this a bit more, mostly notably the Bitcoin futures. So according to the SEC filings, the Mubadala, one of the largest sovereign fund in the world, out of Abu Dhabi, UAE, right, disclosed it has put several $100 million into Bitcoin ETFs end of 2024. So if you think about it, that was the first quarter after SEC kind of legitimized Bitcoin futures, right? So the connection of regulatory development, regulatory clarity, and the sovereign funds investments is very clear.
Yeah. I just want to add, the largest crypto exchange, Binance, is also invested. One of the sovereign funds, the Middle Eastern sovereign funds, investing in Binance and Coinbase and so on and so forth. I agree with you. A lot of the investment they've done is through the infrastructure rather than through the liquid side.
I actually want to pick up where Winston left off because some of the intermediaries that they're using to kind of invest into crypto, and that might include some of the venture capital things I mentioned, but also budding infrastructure or budding segment of the financial services and products include DeFi. Now, DeFi is traditionally defined as essentially financial services that exclusively exist on the blockchain. And so there are a lot of financial intermediaries, asset managers, prime brokers that have their operations natively on the blockchain. And this allows a host of benefits, including proper tracking of all the assets that are going into out of each individual investors, but also generating yield opportunities that are traditionally much higher than the same equivalent risk that you're able to see in traditional finance. So for example, collateralized lending yields in traditional finance are in the single digits, are very low. Collateralized lending yields in crypto are in the double digits. So if you're doing simply even the spot basis futures for Bitcoin, you're able to get 10 to 20% depending on when you invest it. And there's additional leverage versions of these products that exist only on decentralized finance that are able to offer north of 20%. Now, obviously, these does require some sophisticated management and knowledge to be able to operate. And so institutional investors have been able to leverage that through a lot of these intermediaries that are offering these products now on an institutional scale. So whether they are tokenizing this and providing a permission platform for these sovereign wealth funds or institutional investors, or they are providing the protocol themselves in a decentralized manner and directly interacting with institutions. These are all avenues that are growing rapidly as we see it.
Yeah, I think the DeFi is a big area in cryptocurrency and also challenges the current regulatory framework, if you will. Stable Act and the Genius Act I mentioned earlier is one of the sort of bedrock of such regulation going into the or facilitate DeFi development. From an exchange perspective, what are your thoughts in terms of the current Trump administration's attitude towards cryptocurrency? Do you have any views?
You mean that global, like
for US, US in general?
Well, after during the Trump administration, the friendly gestures is very obviously. So once that we could see it's overnight changing for the US regulation. But it's only we could see the signals there only for the federal level. But while was reach out for the states regulators, we could see that they still very cautious with the cryptos. It's very interesting because compared to the global regulations, many of the countries, if we check the regulations, you could see like they have a very well-structured reporting line, or they have a very defined responsibility to each like agency or the regulators. However, the US is different. They have a state, they have a federal, they have a different tiers of, and each of the regulators, they're overlapping their responsibilities. We could see like each entity, they have several different, and they're doing the same things. Is it inefficiency? Yes. Overlapping? Yes. Workable? Yes. So every time when people ask me this question, I feel like the US is like an onion. They're layer by layer, and they wrap the financial industry inside. So it's making it very, very hard for the financial industry to find a way to get like efficient to growth. However, but the crypto, they got a way, the new approach. So if we see the like in the current administration, we are closing to the international. Like the MiCA, we could see like a lot of the like jurisdictions have their like new regulations, like MiCA, like UAE, like Asia, Hong Kong. They have very structures. So I think we are going to that way for the cryptos. Definitely current regulations is not quite fit for the crypto, I have to say. I work for the traditional financial business for many years. But now I feel like there are a lot of things cannot fit for the crypto because the crypto has like some characters doesn't as same as the traditional finance.
Yeah, and I think DeFi doesn't really nearly fit into any of the regulations nowadays. So I think this is an evolving area. I think it's where none of us are lawyers here. Maybe you are, but I'm not a lawyer. But I want to move on to the next question. As I think a lot of people here are younger folks, and they all want. We have at least two entrepreneurs on the panel. What as an entrepreneur or founders for crypto-related companies, what are the things you guys think about from a regulatory perspective? Do you want to go, outside of US? You want to keep being in the US? You want to go to Abu Dhabi or London, or what are the thoughts here? Maybe Evan from your side.
Sure. Actually, I have a very interesting perspective. So previously, we were running a DeFi fund, which was a essentially private investment vehicle for institutional investors. And that was the only venue where you can actually directly get exposure to the economic benefits of DeFi without actually interacting with DeFi directly. So in the United States, you had to have a private investment. It would be a Reg 506. You also had to comply with the fund regulations. So make sure that either your investment were registered as a fund or you were exempt from that. This was a huge amount of hoops to jump through. And many of the institutions that failed during the previous cycle, Celsius, BlockFi, and so forth, they didn't have any of those things. Right. So essentially, you can see that the regulations did intend to protect investors to some degree, but the way they were doing it, it was kind of like a brute force, smash a hammer, you disallow all the activity unless you were qualified. Nowadays, we see a lot of entrepreneurs that are starting off. It's not either or, right? Because typically they'll have a foundation, which would conceivably be in a tax-friendly jurisdiction, but then the opco or the operator would have teams that are global. So they could potentially have team members in the United States, Canada, Europe. And especially with the advent of remote working, you have a lot of companies that are using infrastructure such as Deal to just hire globally from day one. And on top of that, besides just hiring globally from day one, why don't we use the actual crypto payment rails to support that actual payroll systems? And this is already happening. So most of the companies are native to crypto that we service. They're happy paying paying us directly in crypto. They pay their vendors in crypto, and it's already a reality, even though it's not broad-based for, let's say, regular retail down the street. So you're able to get a credit card that essentially links to your wallet or multi-sig, that it automatically debits the funds. You're able to do complex payments across different vendors. You're almost essentially able to completely sidestep the banking system to be able to interact with your multinational team. And this is for a company that could be nascent, one month old, 3 months old. You're already multinational, multi-currency, and enabled from day one.
I want to follow up this. Yeah, I have a quick question. What do you think about the current sort of attitude from the banks? Like, you have to have a bank on-ramp, off-ramp, right? Are they more friendly to crypto nowadays, or they're still very restricted? I remember there was a choke point, the crypto checkpoint or choke point 2.0 a few years ago. That's still going on right now.
So I think there's at least two conspiracy theorist people in this panel.
Go ahead.
So if you look at the previous mini financial crisis and the banks that actually failed, right? The Silicon Valley Bank, First Republic Bank, Signature Bank, right? And then as well as Silvergate. And these were 4 out of the 5 major banking infrastructure providers in the United States, out of the thousands and thousands of banks that are available in the United States. So you think about it, there's a financial crisis precipitated by a policy that requires people to buy too many treasuries, which was essentially formulated by those same people. And then all the banks that failed, 80% of them were those that were providing core infrastructure to crypto financial services companies. What are the odds of that? Right? So I think for anybody that has mathematical background, that is extremely, extremely unlikely. If you feel like, well, maybe if there are no specific distinctions about crypto that's causing them to fail, you should fail in the same proportion. This is not what happened. Especially Signature Bank, it was actually one of the board members, Dodd-Frank, which was the guy that made the Dodd-Frank Act. He says, our bank was fine. We don't know why it got closed, but it got closed. So that was definitely a challenge for a lot of operators there. And even today, it is very difficult for you to say, hey, look, we have a compliant business. This is our legal memo. This is what we're planning to do. And this is all within the confines of the law as determined by a law firm. Are you okay with this? Yes, this looks great. 3 months later, your bank account's closed. So unfortunately, that part of the infrastructure is not a law, it's not a regulation, it's a risk assessment from each of the individual bank service providers, and they're still determining, just like potentially also marijuana providers, it's not worth the risk. There's no upside for them, there's just downside for them, and therefore they still decide to pass on servicing viable crypto businesses, and that's a major drawback.
Yeah, just in US, there's no law against bank crypto-related companies, right? But it's more of a sort of a individual bank's attitude towards the business, something you mentioned. How, from your perspective, you're running the mining business since 2017. Well, what do you have challenges in banking relationships over time? What's your perspective?
I think in the details level, in the operation level, we definitely encounter some, obstacles, difficulties in operating our business. We have cases where some of the bank accounts was open and closed, and unfortunately, we'll be able to reopen some other financial institutions. And you can see, yes, these type of banking industry in the US is extremely conservative. We talk about all the bank failures or bank closures last a few years. I think it's a different regime. I do think in the current administration, things could change for better, at least, and we're in the industry are hoping. But you can see in terms of crypto mining, 50% of the hash rate is within US. So US is dominating this industry on this segment. So the needs for a better banking services and the better regulation in the space is very, very strong. So we think in coming months and not even years, coming months, you will see quite a lot of change, hopefully within 12 months.
So I think the messages here is that if you are a young entrepreneur, you don't necessarily want to go to Dubai or somewhere else. You can still be here, but you need to have a lot of hoops to jump right around. Next question I have is, the conference is the crypto and AI, right? So the natural sort of crypto product here is agentic AI on chain. I think Jason Horowitz tweeted out, I think AZ16 something. There's a coin that really
A16Z.
Yeah, A16Z coin. Yeah, so it was really funny story, but it became a subsector within cryptocurrency. What do you guys feel about the product itself and how that being regulated in the current market?
So we actually have clients that are actually running DeFi protocols that support crypto agentic AI. So it's very interesting because it's at the intersection of potentially culture as well as finance, in the same way that you can have GameStop and you have AMC and you have all these meme coins that were pumping, the Trump coin. It holds a space that is unique because traditional finance was for serious people, right? And then you also had meme coins, which was for unserious people. Now you have this marriage of technologies that's essentially allowing you a continuum between serious and non-serious people, as well as the financial services versus non-financial services. You have an agent that will tell you jokes at the same time as they will recommend which meme coins to buy, right? And so basically, most of the financial services are just not qualified to tell good jokes. So that is the main limitation for their product. Now, all of a sudden, you have an AI that's able to directly interact with the wallet, which means that they can potentially, yes, buy and sell things on your behalf, which is the trading part. But you got to remember, DeFi is not just buy and sell trading. DeFi is basically any arbitrary financial transaction or transfer of value, which means that potentially the AI could help you search for the dream house that you want to buy, because these houses are RWAs that are on chain. Potentially they could help you register your car title instead of you having to do that. So it's not just buying and selling, it's automation, it's also interaction with different people in a way that never been seen before.
Yeah, this is a great point. I mean, I wanted to leave the last question regarding forward-looking type of a perspective. You know, what do you guys think about maybe Trump has maybe another 2+ years to go? I mean, 3 years plus to go, I would say. And what do you guys think about cryptocurrency regulation? You know, say 3 years from now, 5 years from now, maybe perhaps after this administration.
Well, from the regulations perspective, it doesn't matter about like which other administrations there. It's just about like who bring this to the table. So I think Trump administration, they like put the traditional finance regulators and the cryptos on the table at the same time. And we are start to, well, I don't want to say, but I have to say that we educate the regulators to know that what is the change, the financial world. So what is the crypto? What is the token? So they start to accept the stable points because that's pretty like a straightforward. They could understand. So we could see that stable coins now it's a very adapted like conception. But there were like just like you said, like a decentralized exchange and others, and how to restructure and reshape the regulations policies. There is one thing that I want to bring that up. It's like the traditional AML KYC. It's probably not that fit for the crypto world, but they start to have like a new thing. We could see in the Europe, we could see a lot of like jurisdictions. They start to do the suitability assessments for the like a crypto and for the licensing for the overlay of the crypto entities, because they think like no matter how you change the management behind that probably there, but because this is AI. So to be honest, I don't want to be the bumper, but I feel like the AI, when we add the AI in this situation, it will be more complicated. So we have to see that very cautiously. Like once AI to the conflict interest will be arised, that whether who is the person will responsible for this transaction, who will make the decision, who is the decision maker actually, it will be not that easy to distinguish from the others.
Yeah, you guys, anybody else want to jump in here? Just what's the perspective you have for next 3-5 years, Winston?
Yeah, forward-looking, right?
Forward-looking, yes. Always looking forward.
Yes. Forward-looking statements. All right. I was a former lawyer. Anyway, so think about the sovereign funds, right? Very interesting context here, especially the Middle East guys. Think again, right? Think about the Mubadala, you know, one of the largest sovereign funds out of Abu Dhabi. So they just disclosed that they have invested a huge amount of ETF of Bitcoins, right? But at the same time, the UAE government recently announced that UAE will launch a sovereign digital currency by end of this year, fourth quarter. So it's coming very quickly, right? And they have partnership with China's central bank. So they have this kind of a few central banks, Thailand, Hong Kong. So they have this group that will be testing CBDC together, not only like a single currency transaction, but also like a multi-currency cross-border transaction, which is super relevant super relevant for cross-border import-export in the middle of tariff war, right? But we put it that aside. What do we see is just like China, which has tested mass scale CBDC, we will see more countries, like the Middle East guys, where we're going to the sovereign digital currency aspect. So that will create a very different ecosystem, right? And then now we go into the US. Obviously, Trump issued an executive order to prohibit US research on digital dollars. So obviously, there will be no sovereign digital dollar coming anytime soon. But in the US, a third angle may come out, which is the big tech coins, right? If you recall, just before COVID, Facebook, before it was changed into Meta, announced a plan to issue stablecoin at a Facebook ecosystem, right? It started as Libra. Later, it was renamed to be Diam. No idea why they picked new names. But then because of the regulatory pressure, they have to give up that process. Still, during that process, they created their own digital wallet. It's called a Novi. Maybe it was Novice or something. So they still have this digital wallet for this multi-billion user group, right? And now today, this morning, I actually just saw the news saying Facebook is restarting this project, maybe encouraged by the changing regulatory framework. Maybe some stable coin regulation will come in. So they have a framework to develop its coin, right? So in the US, we may see big tech coins coming in as like the third angle of this Web3 thing. So actually, 2 years ago, in my 2023 book, right, Blockchain and Web3, I already talked about Web3. There are three Web3, right? One Web3 is the public chain and the crypto assets, right? Second, it will be the big tech coins, and the third will be the sovereign CBDC ecosystem. I take this book here with my co-author, Ken Wang, is also a speaker here today. But I think when we look forward, you should keep three Web3s in your mind.
Yeah, that's excellent. I think we're going to wrap up here, but I think the message of this panel is pretty clear. Regulatory, sort of concept or perspective here, in crypto is changing, evolving all the time, and it presents a very interesting business opportunity. So regulatory topic becomes, very interesting from a running business perspective, right? So if you have any, maybe we can take one question from the audience. Please.
Yeah, hi. My name is James Day. I'm CEO of Public. I have a question. So out of Trump, so you continue to need the advantage of making USA cryptocurrency. How do we say that? Mine, the cryptocurrency in the US, or raising. How do you see that?
I think house coins are mined USA, right?
Yeah, we have two facilities in the US. So we have one in Kentucky, one in Oklahoma. So yeah, it's 100% made in US. I think Trump, it's a mega theme, right? So Trump has its own way of thinking this crypto space. I don't want to elaborate on that too much. But I think in the crypto space, in the BTC mining space, US is clearly the dominating force now. At one time, China is 70% in terms of hash rate, in terms of all the ecosystem. Now everything's moved to US. We moved here. We mine in China, but we moved here 2021, and now the only thing left in China is the machine itself, which is still dominated by Chinese players. But from the facility, electricity usage to hash rate and the trading and all these ecosystem, US is dominating. So yes, I think make the US crypto capital of the world. It is happening. I think it's going to continue.
I want to add something to that discussion. I think we already have a made in USA coin. It's called the USD stablecoin. And it's already over $200 billion market cap. People kind of underappreciate it because it's kind of boring. It represents the dollar. but that's 100% based on essentially the full faith and credit of the United States. And if you look at the parallel with that versus the euro-dollar market, which came out in the late 70s, it went from essentially 0 to $16 trillion in the last, since maybe 5 years ago. Stablecoin has the potential to do that, and then maybe a couple more factors. So we can potentially see stablecoin go from 200 billion to maybe 20 to $40 trillion within the next 5 to 10 years. And that's 100% made in USA.
Are we allowed to have a next question or no? Are we allowed time? Huh? Yeah, what is this?
So the theme is crypto and AI, right? The question for you guys, in Europe, we already have the EU AI Act, we have MiCA, and those two don't reconcile. They don't reconcile properly to GDPR either. So, and then now we have the Genius Act. So how are you going to reconcile all of the regulations among all of the different fragmented and disparate regimes?
This is a tough question. I have no idea, but anybody else can jump in here.
It's interesting because in the US, actually, there's no federal data privacy law. Right? If you think about it, in EU, you have GDPR, but in the US, there's no federal level data privacy law. It's all states, like California or need this maybe a little too much. But overall, there's no consensus here. So here, it's pretty complicated just to make crypto fits into the banking system. And if you want to add like this federal layer data regulation relating to AI type of thing, I don't think the lawmakers have any clue in the US.
There is a very interesting thing that it's actually in the US, people's name, phone number is not confidential. They could be released on the public or everyone's. So it's definitely not the same level with the EU. Right. Yeah, I deal with a lot of the EU clients. Well, personally, for my workload, I don't like to deal with them because they always ask too many questions. They ask like, why my phone number's there? Why my name's there? Why my email's there? Did you erase them all together? And they need to double and triple confirm. Well, it's safe for the clients, yes, but it's really hard to deal with that. I think this is like the coin has a two sides. So we have to have like a limited freedom to use this information. And we also need to take care of that to not like a data leak.
Great, I'm going to wrap it up here. This is a great panel. Thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
这块儿它才有一个我知道Zoom也可以关，这是该有，不是这个，这个是
可以暂停是吗？好。
得应该从 Zoom 里边关，我感觉这个里面有一个，刚才有一个哪儿来着？可以靠 annotation and more control shell。刚才这个它是在哪个？
没有用吗
？Pause 肯定也有用，有用。
Your screen sharing is pause。
对，我感觉是有用的。你可以现在去看一下，去那个直播的 chat 看一下。啊，这个可以。
然后 Zoom 链接呢
？Zoom 链接发给谁
？Zoom 链它应该能直接 dial in， 因为它已经有了。
哦 ，OK。Zoom 链接在
把它放大。
把什么放大？
把这个
PPT 是吗
？PPT 放到。
PPT 得在别的窗口，那自己。哦，得刷新。好，
是这样，
我知道这怎么还在直播呀？ 哪个是放映的？
这个，
有一个，你看我们看一下直播还在不在？
看一下。
还在直播中
啊？
但是它的 Zoom 是没有，但是会场还在直播，会场还在直播，看没有？会场还在直播，
跟他连上没有？
会场还在直播，但是 Zoom 没有。会场直播是不是没关系？我不太清楚。
会场直播没关系，只要那个 YouTube 调进去。
对，YouTube 是这样的，您看这个 screen 的话，它是冻结了，但是我们会场摄像头还在
啊，那没问题。
没问题吗
YouTube 呢？YouTube 还在播吗
？YouTube 在播，这我就是看的您那个频道，
把 YouTube 暂停。
我得看一下这块儿，哦，可能是不行，我们就直接把这个先关掉。
不，你先回到那个这样，你先回到那个
browser 吗？
对，回到 browser 呢，到 browser 呢，对这
YouTube，
好像对，啊，这个已经停了是吧？
我们得
那个窗左边有一个。
这个先给它关了吧。这个吧。
哦，这个好像没开呀，你查一下，看看。
我这边现在看着还是正在直播的状态。
谁开？能不能先开始？
开始什么？
因为那个谁要去剪头发。
谁呀？
啊，那这个就是没在播。
对，但是它 Zoom 的这个屏幕没有在播，但是我们这儿有一个摄像头，它还是在动。
只要 YouTube 不播就行。
对，我们抓紧开始吧，因为 Catherine 待会儿要有事儿要出去。
我已经在这儿了。
好的。
那个阿桑娜盯住。
Hi, everyone. This is such another amazing panelist, but we have very limited time. So if you can sit down or take a break and take some coffee, and we will welcome our following fire chat. Okay. So thank you to our panelists for this very insightful discussion. Now we're excited to bring you a fire chat with key leader in the world of crypto AI. And Catherine Zhao will be joining us remotely, who is a global head of electronic trading at Center Fitzgerald. This conversation will be hosted in person by Maggie Wang. Maggie Wang is a managing director and the global head of private credit and structured credit strategy at Citigroup. After earning a bachelor degree in electronic and computer engineering from Guangzhou University of Science and Technology in China in 2005, she received a PhD fellowship studying computer system engineering at Boston University in the United States. Maggie began her financial career at JP Morgan as a research analyst in 2007 and has since been recognized as a top-ranked analyst in the All-American Institutional Investor Survey. She led US CLO CDO research at JP Morgan before joining Citigroup in 2014. She serves over 900 global institutional clients on fixed income investment, including banks, insurers, hedge funds, private equity firms, and family offices. Meg is frequently featured in Bloomberg, the Financial Times, the Wall Street Journal, and Barron's. Maggie also serves on the Dean's Council at Weill Cornell Medicine, and she is the president-elect of the Chinese Finance Association, which is TCFA. She lives in New York City with her husband and lovely 3 sons. So we're so honored to have Maggie join our following fire chat. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us today. And it's my pleasure to host the fireside chat with my dear friend, Catherine Zhao. Catherine needs no introduction, but I will still introduce her quickly. Catherine is the global head of electronic trading at Canton Fitzgerald. She has successfully rolled out the algo trading suite across asset classes, including equity, foreign exchange, and fixed income. Now it's expanding to crypto. Catherine joined Cantor from JP Morgan, where she was the global head of algo quantitative research. She started JP Morgan in Asia, spent 5 years there before relocating to New York. Prior to JP Morgan, Catherine worked at Deutsche Bank, based in Hong Kong, where she started as a portfolio trader before she took over electronic trading team for APAC. Catherine graduated from Cornell and Purdue University with double degrees in stats and finance. And she is very well regarded in the industry. And I have the privilege to introduce her and welcome her as our fireside chat. Catherine is in Florida right now with her family for family engagement, but we appreciate you making the time. Hi, Catherine.
Hi, Maggie. Hi, everyone. Yeah, thank you for having me here. I'm honored to be having this fireside
Awesome.
chat.
So Catherine
with,
and I
Maggie.
prepared a few questions and we'll take it away. So Catherine, tell us a bit about yourself, how you got into crypto trading and your current role at Cantor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. Did I, oh, give us 1 second. Maybe return. Excuse us. Okay, Catherine.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, yeah.
Otherwise, I have to do this myself.
Okay, yeah.
So tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into crypto trading and your current role at Cantor.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me here, and it's really my pleasure to have this fireside chat with Maggie, my very good friend. So yeah, I actually started investing in crypto really early on, like back in 2013. But it was all by accident. So one of my junior members in the team, he invested in Bitcoin through a Russian centralized Bitcoin like crypto exchange, and he couldn't stop talking about it. So I was like, okay, how much is it, right? So and at that time it was like $400-$500 per Bitcoin. So I was like, okay, not so expensive. Maybe I can just buy a few. And so I went ahead and opened the exchange account and invested in it. And then I forgot all about it until like many years later, 2021, around 2021, after pandemic. The same friend, the junior member, which is at that time senior already, and he reached out and said, okay, check your private key because he lost it. And he's like, all his Bitcoin was gone. So, and I checked, mine was still luckily there. So yeah, that's my Bitcoin crypto story. And at Cantor, as you introduced, so I'm running the electronic trading business across different asset classes, including equity, FX, fixed income, and cryptocurrency. So we have a suite of algos that are meant for external client to use. But at the same time, we also run a proprietary cross-market arbitrage trading strategy. Right now, it's focusing on stable coins, different pairs in stable coins, but we're also doing research to expand it into other cryptocurrency pairs. So yeah, that's me and what I do at Cantor right now.
Thank you. So when did you buy crypto at $400?
I did buy Bitcoin around $400.
Yeah, when was that roughly?
2013. Yeah, around 2013.
Well, that's quite a trade. So listen to the young generation and hear what they're saying. So there is crypto and there is AI, and you have incredible experience in both. How should we categorize their relationship? Are they enabling each other or something else in your experience?
Yeah, very good question. So I would say, let's start with crypto, right? So within the pure crypto space, I would say, up until now, only stable coins and tokenization, have shown exceptional market, product market fit, and they are the truest, demonstration of crypto with a real world tangible value to date, right? There might be more in the future, but these are the two right now. So moving instantaneous global settlement and payments, and also more complex financial products on chain is a no-brainer, right? So that's why Coinbase, even traditional institutions like BlackRock and Invesco, they are all working on different crypto products. And then there's also AI companies, right? Like OpenAI, Google, and there's a open source AI like DeepSeek, and there are also AI applications like Lovable, Cursor, right? There are AI agents. And then, now it comes to the, combination of both. It's we call it decentralized AI. So let me give you an example, right? So Genesis they launched this protocol called RL swarms. So it's a really reinforcement learning swarms, and you can think of it in this way. So DeepSeek R1, right? The model can critique itself, can learn from its own reasoning process, and then improve its answers to the user prompt. But think this Genesis, they are actually taking it one step further. They created this pool of machine learning models or AI models. And so it's not only one model, DeepSeek R1, and it's a pool of all these models. They can talk to each other and they can critique each other's thinking. So that makes it even more powerful. But this all sounds very fascinating, but can you really trust all of those models that you are connecting to, right? So that's where the blockchain and crypto comes into play. It's the verification, right? So the cryptographic verification or identity makes it entirely programmatic. So you can actually log into this Genesis RL swarm, and then you get your own persistent identity. And then all the other models that you are interacting with all have their own persistent identity. So this way you can interact with each other in a more trustworthy way, right? So that's where AI and crypto combined, makes a big difference.
Thank you for sharing that. So you touched upon the topic of a world where AI and crypto coexist and help each other. Could you also speak more generally about how can AI help crypto and vice versa?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So, so we just talked about one, example of AI and crypto combined together to make things better. And more specifically, think about I give you two examples of how AI can help crypto. So one is we all know that there's this very large problem in the crypto world where the user experience, user interface is very complex because of the wallet management, the complexity of the crypto framework and the whole ecosystem, the blockchain interactions. They are all very complex, and the user experience is not that great, right? So imagine if you have a whole group or network of AI agents that can work together and make the, can act as almost like a easy interface between the blockchain ecosystem or crypto ecosystem, facing the real world, right? So these agents, they can translate the user, inputs or prompts and into the crypto native, technical languages where the blockchain ecosystem can understand. So this way, as an end user, you don't have to, handle all of those wallet management or crypto blockchain technology. All you need is talk to the AI agents, right? And then the AI agents will translate all of those user inputs into the inputs that the blockchain technology can understand. So that this way, it's the user experience will become better and better. And the second example is autonomous decentralized organization, right? So DAOs, the DAOs, they have this very problem with voting, right? Because as a DAO, you need your users to vote on certain issues or dispute. But because of the inherent user lack of user attention in the crypto space, the DAOs have this issue of not having not able to get a lot of users to come together and vote on certain issues. But if you have AI agents that can proxy each DAO voter, and then they can come and read all of the issues at hand and then vote on behalf of the users, all well within the user's predefined parameters, then this DAO problem will go away, right? So those are the two examples that AI can help crypto. And then on the other side, crypto helps AI in terms of I mentioned this the verification, user verification, right? So you can use a cryptographic verification process to resolve that, so that when you interact or transact on the blockchain, you can trust each other, right? Because of the persistent identity. And then the second example I will give is AI agents, they cannot have a bank account, right? But they can actually have wallets. So the smart contracts on the blockchain ecosystem can enable all of these AI agents to do financials, to do credit card transactions without having to rely on permissions of intermediaries. So those are the two examples on both sides.
Yes, that's fascinating, and that explains why we have a Crypto AI Summit today, because we want to talk about the two areas that are transformative, but also how they can help each other.
Exactly.
Thanks for sharing that. So moving on to the future, how do you think now we have both technology and the ways to interact, how accelerated this could be, or how could, for example, crypto's potential help accelerate AI, and by making sure this is secure and this is fungible and all of that. So how fast we can accelerate from here?
Yeah, I would say, yeah. So as you mentioned, right? So AI has really gone through a tremendous growth in the recent years, right? I mean, AI has been around for many, many years, but in the most recent 4 or 5 years, it's been, growing tremendously. So I would say with the current AI inputs, right? So AI, crypto can help in mainly 3 areas. One is data. And then the second one, I would say, is the compute power. And then the last but not the least is the model development. So when I'll start with data, right? So what I mean is, so we all know that garbage in, garbage out. So in order for for the LLM models to be efficient, accurate, and reliable, you need to have very high quality data, very clean data. And nowadays, data is becoming scarce, and scarce. So and also individuals like us, we're becoming more and more cautious about sharing our data, right? We want to own our data. We want to actually, protect our identities. So this means that data collection is becoming very time consuming, and it's plagued with trust issues, right? So there's privacy concern and there's trust issue. So crypto is offering, or blockchain in general, is offering a solution to that. So this is through the deeping infrastructure. So deeping is decentralized physical infrastructure network. So I'll give you an example. So Sahara is a platform where, all of the contributors like you or me, like we can all, become like contributors on Sahara in terms of data access. So it's offering a decentralized data marketplace where all of these individuals, you and me, can contribute data, and at the same time, our contributions will be evaluated and credited via, tokenized rewards. So the more data, the better data, the more high quality data we contribute, the more we will get tokenized rewards. So we are very much incentivized to provide high quality data. And because of this, Sahara decentralized data marketplace, like smaller players, like individual researchers or small startups, they do not need to pay like very high cost, or may not even have ways to access all of those data, now have access to high quality and decentralized data. So, and it's low cost. So that's just the one. And second one is computing power. So we all know that the rising cost and the scarcity of GPUs create significant barriers, right, for smaller players to get into the AI development, and this limits innovation, and it also reduces diversity, right? So if you only have this concentrated few big players in the space, this creates like reduces diversity and creates limitations on innovation. So yeah, and think about, to give you an example in the crypto space. So we have like Axo, IO.net, and also Akash. These are decentralized marketplaces of compute. So this also means that individuals who have idle computing powers, they can offer their idle computing power on these platforms, and they can get paid in return. So if there are demand and their idle computing powers are consumed, then they will get tokenized rewards, right? So again, these are idle computing powers, and everyone can contribute to the platform and get rewarded. So it's again low cost, and it's secure and transparent, right? And last but not least is the model development. So in terms of model side, blockchain technology offers more like community driven and open source environment for model development. So one example is Near, and there's also Sentient, right? So these are the platforms where all of us who are interested parties can, like go on, join these platforms, and they can all collaborate. They can, develop models, and at the same time, because of blockchain technology, all of this, these platforms are very transparent, and they ensure that the developers are credited and incentivized through tokenized rewards. And that's what we're talking about, right? So you need to, when everyone rallies together, and the group of efforts start to revolutionize the whole landscape of AI development.
Thank you. So we have time for one more question for you.
Okay.
You mentioned trust, reward, incentivizing, and access and community. So from a societal perspective, how do you imagine a world we live with AI and crypto?
Oh yeah. Oh my God. That's a very good question and big question, but I will be concise. So yeah, like I would say it's the AI agents plus crypto that will create a perfect market. So we are all in finance, right? So we are very familiar with the equity market or like fixed income or FX markets. So like economists have long been since theoretically talking about perfect markets where buyers and sellers they meet each other, they have all the information, complete information, and they transact with zero cost and seamless exchange. But we all know that's not here, right? We still don't have that in the traditional markets. But when you combine the AI agents with crypto, that's where this textbook financial perfect markets will likely to become a reality. So what I mean by that is with the crypto, the cryptographic verification, the persistent identity. So individuals can actually the AI agents can actually transact using smart contracts and trust each other because of this persistent identity. And you can rely on code. Smart contract is code, right? Instead of human or organization intermediaries, where things can go rogue, right? So this AI agents versus with crypto will give us this perfect markets. And from societal perspective, right, from consumers, you now have access to low cost, like better pricing, better selection, and very competitive markets, right? Instead of like traditional markets where you go to Amazon or eBay, they have algorithms that will adjust dynamically based on market condition and user demand, and they will exploit all the users because they don't work for users, they work for corporations, right? So they extract value from users to benefit the corporation. So yeah, so in that sense, consumers will have truly access to better price, better products. And then from the corporation's perspective or businesses, you will have the access to direct users, and instead of paying the platforms exorbitant taxes. And then for societies, we will finally have markets that are efficiently allocating resources based on true supply and demand. So that's what I mean by really a perfect market, and that's only possible in my view because of the AI plus crypto.
Thank you very much, Catherine. We really appreciate you being with us on Zoom today. And you described the perfect world with all the technology development. I have to say, from my personal perspective, I hope a few years from now, when we host a conference like this, we will not see your agents being here. We'd like to see you in person, even though you can send your agents and to take notes and everything. I think the people-to-people real interactions is still much needed from the societal perspective. But thank you. We advance with technology. Technology helps humanity, hopefully, as well. So thank you again.
Yeah, thank
Catherine.
you for having me. Thank you.
So we will move directly to the AI panel, which I'll be moderating too. And I welcome our panelists get on stage, Tao, Ken, and Joe, and Jay. And I'll introduce each one of them as they get on the stage. So we have Joe Yu, professor at Columbia University, founder of Arcalex AI. Joe is associate professor at Columbia University's Computer Science Department and founder of Arcalex AI. She obtained her PhD from Carnegie Mellon University. Dr. Yu has received several Best Paper awards in top NLP conferences and has won Forbes 30 Under 30 in 2018. Dr. Yu has developed various AI systems that have had a real impact, including winning the Amazon Alexa Prize. Dr. Yu co-founded Arcalex AI, focusing on democratizing AI agent building with developer tools. Thank you. And we also have Tao, my friend here. Dr. Tao Chen has a PhD from MIT. She's a senior enterprise leader in the financial service sector, specializing in analytics, machine learning, AI, and data science for about 2 decades. Dr. Chen spent 16 years at BlackRock, where she served as managing director and global head of data insights and analytics, co-founding the Asset and Wealth platform, which expands into new markets and generates substantial revenue. After BlackRock, she served as chief data science officer at Silicon Valley Bank and helped it transform into an AI-driven bank for startup clients. At Ally Financials, she most recently built an AI factory model, scaled generative AI adoption, and achieved significant cost saving and productivity gains in 1 year. Welcome, Tao. And we're looking forward to other panelists, Ken and Jay. But yes, Ken, please. Ken Huang is CEO of Distributive Apps AI, prolific author, and he is very well known as an expert in AI and Web3 with numerous published books. As research fellow and co-chair of the AI safety working groups at the Cloud Security Alliance and co-chair of the AI STR working group at the World Digital Technology Academy under the United Nations Flat Framework, he's at the forefront of shaping AI governance and security standards. Huang also served as the CEO and chief AI officer of distributed apps and AI, specializing in generative AI-related training and consulting. In addition, he is a core contributor to various books, and he's very active, involving with publishing standards in the AI industry. And finally, we have Jay. Dr. Jay Zhou is a former CTO of Polyloom Technology. Excuse me if I pronounced it incorrectly, please correct me. And former researcher of the NASA Research Center and NRC, PhD of Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Lausanne. He's interested in DeFi and blockchain-defined agent-to-agent network, decentralized federal training of large and small language models, etc. And thank you all for joining us. I just realized all of you have PhD degrees, and I'm a PhD dropout, so I got to interview you. Well, I'm proud to. Yes, the best part is to getting any drop. Change my slide. So yes, okay. Thank you, everyone. Again, to start off, can everyone hear me?
我们要重新吗？重新练直播？我们要重新直播吗？
We'll have an icebreaker. Everybody here has some language model, and what's your favorite and why? What do you use the most?
I'm still old-fashioned. I still use ChatGPT. I purchased the $200 subscription.
Have that too.
I try not to pick favorites and use everything because nowadays everything moves very fast. Today this one performs the best, the other day the other one. So that's in my personal life. In my working environment, that really depends on the whole governance process, which model has been approved. Very regulatory-driven industry in financial services. So not every model is available for use.
Yeah, so most recently, I think I use Gemini 2.5 Pro, just released with AI Studio, which is really good. I use also open source model with my Mac Mini, which is 64 GB unified memory, so I can just load DeepSeek R1 32 GB or Q1 32 GB. It performs very well. And previously, of course, ChatGPT and Sonnet 3.7, but I think now it's either open source model or Gemini 2.5 for me.
And yeah, I started with the ChatGPT as well. Then I kind of test out the Perplex, what they said that they are the AI search, right? Then there's when the Grok 3 come out, I tried. Then when the Gemini 2.5 Pro come out, I tried whatever I find is the best for me, so I just use it. And if this particular model doesn't answer my question perfectly, I just go through the whole 3 or whole 4 to get the best answer. Then I follow that model, continue my conversation with this model.
And personally, I started with Perplexity and ChatGPT, and I paid for all of them, and then I got into DeepSeek, and now I'm using Gemini Pro, which is $20 per month. I find that deep research function is actually working better if you want to generate a lot of good content quickly and with a lot of references. So it's moving fast, and thanks for sharing your favorite. So let's talk about the future, or what's happening already is the AI agent. We talked about that in previous, fireside chat with Catherine as well. So Ken, maybe starting with you, can you define what is the AI agent, for the audience?
Yeah, so first of all, there's no standard definition of AI agent yet, no NIST definition, but I think the industry is converge on some of the component which actually used in AI agent. One is really you have the memory, and you have to use in the model, which give you intelligence, and then it has the tool calling, it has kind of use the external tool to execute some actions. It has the planning capabilities, and it has certain level of autonomy. That autonomy is not like a traditional robotic automation kind of trigger based. It's intelligence based. It has to using the model itself to reach a level of autonomy. But currently, full autonomy agent only has a limited use. You cannot have really the fully autonomy agent to operate your IoT system or industrial control system, right? Or some critical infrastructure, but you can at least using the code agent. For example, I use Windsurf a lot. You can let it has some autonomy. It can debugging the code, write the code for you. And also you can using deep search. I don't know if for some of you using Minus or GenSpark. Those are very good deep research, and Perplexity as well. OpenAI also has deep research. Everyone, Gemini also has. Those are the multiple agent system behind the scene, and it's doing the fully autonomy research. It's using BLOS agent, browse the internet for you. It's using computer agent, computer use agent to generate the code and in its sandbox and to validate some of the result. And then eventually there's an agent to produce the deep research report for you. So yeah, I think it's just a quick definition.
Thank you. So Tao, turning to you, you worked at BlackRock and Silicon Valley Bank and Ally. So large to medium-sized financial institutions. What are the challenges or real-world friction you see in deploying those agents at enterprise level?
Yeah, even before talking about the enterprise to build a scale, I think we can take a step back on even like just individual person. I think the key for scale is about AI literacy. Do people really know about it? Do they know the pros and cons about it? This morning, actually, John's daughter, that little girl, showed how much knowledge that she has on AI tools, and also the risk part of AI. She even knows hallucination. It's amazing. However, on the other hand, there are still a lot of people who don't know about it, and is scared about it. In a recent volunteer event, I sit next to an 83-year-old lady trying to help her to fill a form, a digital form. So she has this email instruction. It says, complete the form with the underline. She has no idea that is a hyperlink. She keep asking, where is the form? Where is the form? And she didn't know, just click on it. You will get to the form. So that's like the dispersion that I saw also in the AI world, especially in big enterprise. In a small startup, I'm pretty sure nowadays everybody know how to use it. However, to really build scale at the enterprise level, AI literacy, education, engagement is key to the adoption, to the real impact.
That's absolutely true. By the way, as John brought his 7-year-old daughter, and I called my 2 other kids and said, please come. So I now have three of my boys here, James, Francis, and Charles. They are aged from 8 to 14, and all of them have used AI in their study work to some extent. Some not as welcomed by the teachers, but definitely the school has all developed a guideline towards how students can use AI. So Joe, as an educator and practitioner as well, how do you teach the next generation design agents, or maybe use AI that don't just act, but adapt, reflect, and collaborate and learn?
Yeah, that's a really good. So I'm a professor at computer science in the engineering school at Columbia. So what I teach is are adults, and they are also very technical, so they actually can code. So a lot of times we're looking into is, one thing is, do we actually need to interview these kind of new software engineers without letting them use any of the code toolings, right? AI toolings. That's the first big questions. And then probably people heard about us like at Columbia, there was an undergrad dropped out, cheated on one of the big sort of interviews and started his own company about how to teach people cheat, like in all these kind of exams. So what I really see in this is it's an interesting time. A lot of education has to be reformed to adapt or add in the AI component to it. So it's like the calculator, right? Before, like many years ago, people were saying, oh, you're doing the calculator, you have to do the calculation yourself. But now everybody uses a calculator, right? Of course, there will be certain part of a brain doesn't do the multiplication anymore, right? You just use a calculator. But it's just the way that people do, like things move forward. For example, like my dad knows all everywhere. Like he goes everywhere without a Google map. I can't go out without a Google map, right? This is just a generational change. So I think it's just the newer generation, they're gonna be Gen AI native. So in a way, they're being more welcoming how this tool is gonna be adapted or integrated to everyday life. And then as an educator, we should be welcoming this new change. We can't be a defender saying, oh, you can't use this, you can do that, because they're gonna use it anyway. So it's more about how do we help them to use it more wisely, similar to what we talked about before. Should we trust all the AI generated results? No, right? It's even more time like we require critical thinking. And then, for example, in my class, I made it very clear, you can use any Gen AI tool. And my favorite tool is Cursor. I use it every day for writing front-end code, right? That's not a problem. It's really about once they're using it, but the criteria of my requirement or assignment doesn't change. I still want you to write good quality code. I still want you to run your code and make sure you hit all the limits, right? I wanted the efficiency, I want the accuracy and generalizability and the readability. So these requirements never change. It's about like what you tool use doesn't really matter.
That's an excellent point. So we'll see. The next generation will be native in AI and crypto. And there will be lots more applications coming to life, instead of just the foundational models we're using today, which is basically the calculator, or maybe looking up the index. So before we come into the applications next, Jay, I want to ask you, you focus on agent-to-agent and blockchain, Web3, distributed networks. Do you envision a future where agents transact on behalf of humans autonomously in a DeFi ecosystem? Or how do you see this in general?
Yes. And I think like agent, just briefly, go back to the agent. So the model is like a brain, agent is like a body to really function with outside of the world. So because the whole this data, you are not inside the model, you will get it from there. So when the agent, like Google just come out A to A, right? Agent to agents framework. basically without the identity of the agent, that is very limited, right? So when the agent do the things without accountability, without know who is on behalf of the who, right? Then how you can trust what they are doing, right? You cannot let them to do it. So you first of all, you have to establish the accountability of the agent to do the real world work. So for that, you need the identity, you need the authentication, your authorization, then come with the account. Like crypto, we all has a wallet, we have the account, right? So eventually I feel once you resolve the accountability, that's in the future, like, between the business, between the personal, the transaction can be the crypto. Because the crypto is not just the money, okay? Can be the deal we are making together, right? We agree on something, that's the transaction, right? So everything has consequence is a transaction, can be represented by crypto. Not just limit the crypto for the trading. So that's kind of the feature what I envision, especially for the company, to the cost enterprise transaction, right? Of course, when you come back to the blockchain, the real issue we are working in this field is there are many blockchains, right? So how you have your identity set up on this blockchain, they have their identity set up on the blockchain. So how they cross the chain, everything work out. And another biggest issue for the privacy is you don't want your all transaction to be in the public ledger. So we have some solution that use like a CS system, certified authority, similar to that, but still this transaction ledger is still there. So you can hide in a certain way, but that's for a lot of real world use case is still a concern. Of course, in the technology has a ways to hide it, but that's kind of for the real case, using the real world for the cross enterprise transaction or personal real transaction, you needed to deal with this very well. We are not really there yet. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I add something. So privacy preserving technology such as zero trust proving or ZTP could potentially be used to safeguard your identity on the chain, and you can just push your proof on the chain, and your identity is not disclosed this way. In terms of agent identity, I agree with Jay. That's a huge problem. There's no standard definition yet. We're trying to define it, basically to see who, like in terms of agent identity, right? What should be actually in the agent identity? Should the model to be included? Should the data and should its capability to be including that? Its tool use? What kind of tool, right? If you need an incident response, if an incident happens, you also need maybe the memory. So all this, there's no industry standard yet, and we actually currently working with Google, Amazon. I think one of the guy here or no? Yeah, I invited him here, but yeah, we joined research. We are going to publish agent naming service. First, you have to find the agent through the naming service. You have domain naming service, DNS, that's not enough. So you have to have agent naming service, which is actually where find the top level capabilities. And then we have the capability negotiation and binding protocol in the real time. And then you can binding to the ID, the agent ID. So we have just looking forward to it. We will have 3 archive paper published soon through the OWASP. And we have a NIST to take a look at this. They are really interested. And also Cisco chief architect, as they said, that is what the industry need. So in the next generation of agent, what I'm thinking, right? You have the internet of agent will come, and then the agent is really market model, right? And then agent will become physical. So you have a physical agent. All this need what Jay said, you need the agent identity.
Talking about physical agent, that actually reminded me of a movie that I saw when I was doing my PhD, 2005 or 7 or 6. The movie's called Surrogates. I don't know if anyone here watched it. And I think that's called surrogate because the word agent hasn't been invented yet. And the idea of that movie is physical agents. So humans were sending surrogates, the agents, physical agents onto the street and doing their tasks and dating whatsoever. And because the identity issues or trust or information shared on those surrogates could be traced back to the hosts, to the humans. So that could be used to attack the real human being. And a lot of people were killed because their identity is out there and someone can control the information. So if you haven't watched the movie, I recommend it. It's like a sci-fi, but it was 20 years ago. And I was like, wow, when I was doing PhD, and that now this is real. It could be more real 10 years from now. So coming back to the applications, we have real experts here and practitioners. So Tao, you led transformation of AI at several institutions, BlackRock, Ally, SVB. Can you share with us, if you can, some user cases or studies that you've done that really showcased this transformation?
Sure. Yeah, just going back to the story that you just shared, I think it's great to see things change and move so fast from science fiction to science to reality. Yeah, it's amazing to really observe all of these. And we talked a little bit on the dispersion of individuals in this journey at the industry. We definitely see also a huge dispersion among industries. Just 2.5 years ago, we observed ChatGPT reached to like 1 million users within a week. So that we've never seen before. Let me just get a show of hands that in your working environment, do you have access to tools like ChatGPT? Can I get a show of hands? It's still, yeah, let's know how it's still not everyone. Another question, show of hands, if in your working environment, like everybody in your organization or majority of the organization has access to tools like ChatGPT, even less, right? So, but yeah, this is the same. People either have it all or not having it. Yeah, it's definitely great to see the speed and the progress. But in financial service industry, as I mentioned, highly regulated for a good reason. Definitely, there is a huge piece in this application where it's safe enough to bring it from sandbox, from experiment to production. We can do a lot of things in experiment, in sandbox nowadays, but really to put it into client hands, for example, is very, very rigorous process. And at least from what I can see in the market, I don't see real application tool, AI or AI agent application tools really in the customer's hands for financial service customers. Morgan Stanley released the AI assistant for their wealth management. So that's an internal usage. And JP Morgan also just recently released a similar tool called CryptoAI to their private client advisors. So most of these applications right now are still very internal facing and also human in the loop, not completely autopilot. It's still co-pilot. So still we have a long way to go, depending on the model enhancements and also the process improvements. Yeah.
I can add on a little bit more. So I have a startup called Arclex. So we're an AI agent framework. So developers use us to build their own agents. So the idea is really you take your own domain knowledge and use the tools that we already gave you so that you can speed up the development process and deployment process. One of the interesting things that we see is there's always a trend in terms of the more regulatory area, it's the last one to adopt. But I think in financial service, there's just so much different divisions. So we have like a fintech, we have compliance, we have various different asset management and so on. But we really do see that a lot of times when you say, can you use this? The infrastructure also really matters. So are you on cloud? Are you cloud native or even, right? Are you actually on more infrastructure like a Kubernetes? That gives you a lot of leverage because the adoption will be much easier, but people already have a better plumbings, which means are on cloud or your data sets or is already prepared and so on. I think there will be a lot of interesting things we see. For example, we developed an agent with a fintech company that supports. So we started with a more low risk task for support of their retailer businesses. So you can think about these individual users do not really have any services before, right? So now they can use AI to get the sort of the white glove service they never had it before. The agent right now, we're trained for more remembering the sequence of these interactions and be able to adapt over time and be proactive over time to give people the care that only the private client would have originally. So I really do see that as like, first is a use case, and second is how open, the regulatory is one thing, and the other is how much value you're adding to the actual person who is using it. If there's actually giving them a lot of usage, I really do think this is like the trend that is going forward. And of course, the regulatory things will follow up later on, but we see like fintech probably, and especially in crypto, we're having a lot of forerunner that is kind of leading the change for this new way of AI agent adoption.
Ken or Jay, you like to share an example? User case or study?
Yeah, sure. One example, like a Capital One recently developed a agent. That agent is used actually not in Capital One, but in dealership. The reason why it's in the dealership is when people trying to go to dealership, they want to shopping for the car. And usually most people will just apply a car loan. And so this app called Concierge app, which is an agent, we ask all you the questions and give you the different selections. And then if you decide, it will calculate how much car loan, what is the rate. And then all this information sent to Capital One, and Capital One can close the deal. So that's, I think it's a kind of like a low risky, right? It's not like you don't have to give the loan, right? And also in terms of the regulatory compliance, it's also at a low level, like what the professor is talking about. But if it's really high risky area, like if it's a payment, actually Stripe is trying to develop an agent for the payment. It will take time, right? And someone actually, John, right? John talked about the potential of agent using trading, right? In the trading, you do have the bot in the past to do the trading. That's already, right? But if you really want to the agent, which has a lot of smart, and eventually the majority of trading or flash loan, all this, even in DeFi, I think you guys know flash loan, right? Flash loan attack, all this eventually could be the agent doing this for you.
So yeah, my team is a crypto team. So we are going to create a tool for the people, for the issuer to issue stablecoin based on the BTC. So for the crypto, what the AI agent we are looking for is, for example, you have the regular, your trading habit, your routine. Any transaction outside of your routine, there should be a warning sent to you. Let you know something is unusual, right? Also, the agent can search the latest your phishing scheme to let you know, okay, there is latest phishing scheme, you don't fall into the trap, right? So those are the very practical usage of AI agent for the crypto. Yeah.
Thank you all for sharing that examples. They're all very interesting and clearly are still developing. As the market gets more mature, adoption will be, be probably more natural and easier. And then as people will trust this more, and then people use it more. So I have two more questions for everyone here. The first question is, there's a lot of spending on AI, right? From chips, from data center and everything. How do you evaluate the return on investment? That's very hard. There was Wall Street Journal talking at length. There is no benchmark. There's no, lack of benchmark. And it's very hard to evaluate the return on investment. And it's the biggest challenge. For some, you've seen, right? Clearly, stocks are doing well and the profit is turning on the upside. What metrics you think is most important? We can go from Professor Yu to Jay. Yeah.
So I think for each use cases, they're different, but the most important part for AI is there is a translation of your model's performance from accuracy or recall into your business dollar. The closer it is, the easier the use case will be pushed forward. I think like one of the things that we did was different thing is like on the revenue side is always easier. If I can help this bank to be able to get more credit cards purchased, get more smaller loan purchased, I'm actually correlating this AI agent sort of return with the dollar amount in a very clear way. And this is easier to sort of, so the high correlation helps adoption and then drive the even evaluations and then financial plannings as well.
Very true. Tao?
Yeah, agree with what Joe mentioned. Definitely depending on the use case, even for very similar applications, depending on who is using it, the metrics can be different, the value driver can be different. For example, for a Copilot, if it's used for customer call center agents, that's many increase their efficiency, cut cost, and also increase the customer satisfaction. But if similar type of Copilot tools used by sales team, that can be really translate to revenue growth, revenue generation. So really need to look at case by case. And the key challenge there is really working with all the key stakeholders to understand or define the metrics that capture the value at the very beginning of the development of AI tools. So that part really need collaboration from the business, from the tech teams, from the data AI teams, get aligned on the metrics and also keep track of it. Because if you don't measure, you don't improve. But if you measure, you want to make sure feedback to the whole alteration process to improve the application, to get more adoption and make a bigger impact.
So correlation and alignment.
Yeah. So actually, I talk about this in my book, as a handbook of Chief AI Officer.
We have a lot before.
Yeah.
Before
Hopefully you can get one. But the key idea here is certainly it should grow the top line, reduce the bottom line, right? And also increase your productivity, reduce costs. But this is all the normal kind of talking. One actually example or emphasize I have is not every generative AI project or agentic AI project will successful. Not every. So it become like when you have to close it, it become a sunk cost, right? You guys know sunk cost. Then you should really switch. You have to pivot. So this is how you actually can eventually increase your return on investment. So hopefully you can get this book.
So reduce sink cost, pivot quickly.
Exactly.
Jay.
Yeah. So the AI's impact in Silicon Valley is already felt, right? It's painful. And you say Meta, Google, Microsoft start to flatten the middle layer organization, right? Structure. That's because AI, and also you see the CS major was so hard a couple years ago. Now the intro level CS is pretty hard to find a job, even for at Stanford. Okay, so the AI's impact is there. Okay.
Find a better major, maybe. I'm just kidding. It has a lot of applications, and it's great logic training, everything. So you will have a long run in the CS department. Just kidding. So I assume that's the last question. All of the audience here has some exposure to Magnificent Seven, in their personal investment or through research or work, or using the models. We'll go around to say, what do you think? What's your favorite? Who you think is the rising star, or who is the best, or who is worst, in your personal opinion? And disclaimer, it's not investment decision recommendation. It's just a personal view based on what our experts know from the technical perspective, because they have insider views into what they're developing and their users directly. So anyone like to jump on it, please?
Even though it's not investment advice, but I can definitely say that make sure you diversify. It's great to have this diversification. I see them as like children in the family, like they all have strength and weakness. As a mom, I don't pick favorites. And for investments, it's good to have the diversification. So bad days, good days, yeah, you can have a balanced portfolio. And also speaking about family, this weekend is a Mother's Day weekend. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms here and out there.
Yes, as a mom, we love all our children.
Yeah,
I heard
happy
that.
Mother's Day.
Thank you. Or maybe pivot this, what you're probably going to answer anyway, but what you find most promising or exciting that they're working on?
Yeah, I will be brave enough, but it's not investment advice, certainly. What I actually, I'm kind of in the AI since 1995. Like my first paper was Intelligent Tutoring System published by Springer. So it's a long time from expert system, rule-based, forward training, reasoning, backtracking to the deep learning, all this, right? But anyway, what I see is NVIDIA is not a chip company alone. People thinking about NVIDIA, thinking it's just chip. They have Blackwell, Fairmont, all this like GTX 4090 or 5090. I try to get one, it's still hard to get one. So their chip is good, but the chip may be not alone. They have a big platform for physical AI, like the Cosmos world model. You can simulate the physics, and then you have the what they call the digital twin. You have the agent, which is robotics or humanoid robot in the virtual platform to train it, simulate it, and then they move this directly to the physical robot. And usually it could be good because in the robotics, the data is really hard to get. So it has simulation that using synthetic data to generate it. So, and it's both a physical platform. They have their own GPU cloud. They have the also Groot GR00T. It's open source. So they also very big in the open data and open weight. It's none of this company actually using open data and open weight. And now in Hugging Face, how many people knows Hugging Face, right? Hugging Face is where you download the open model. And currently the best one is actually NVIDIA's open weight and open source model. So I would certainly thinking currently the $3 trillion above company is like sometimes Microsoft, sometimes NVIDIA, sometimes Apple, right? In the next maybe 10 or 20 years, we will have $10 trillion companies. And I bet it will be NVIDIA. No investment advice. Or maybe Tesla. Tesla, if Elon Musk can focus on the Optimus humanoid robot, right? And I don't think Apple will catch up. Apple always trying to catch up, think serial, you can talk to it. That's it. It has no intelligence, right? So, and it's trying to revive their AI plan. It can never catch it up unless they, like we discussed, unless they buy Anthropics, right? But they currently actually trying to work with Anthropic just for their coding agent. They using the code for their own mobile development, but that's not enough. Yeah, so.
Thank you for being bold, and I love your sharing. And
but I
has
think the
something to say.
Microsoft
Yeah.
and also
I
Google should be.
I have too much skin in the game for the Big Seven. All my students are there, all my friends are there. I consulted for all of them before. My company partner was NVIDIA. We're on AWS Marketplace, soon be on Azure. So to me, I think it's a very interesting space. But when you look at a company, I'm a CEO now, so I really look at the leadership. So in Silicon Valley, everybody is talking about the founder mode. So if a big company wasn't led by the founder and that the person wasn't consistent and having the implementation power, a company is in a problem. So I'm not going to name people here for these companies, but I really do think what echo was what Ken said. Some of the company will have the consistent leadership, will have the ability to reshape turn the boat quickly, is going to be the winner of the market.
It's a very fair point. That's the founder mode and the agent issue. Thanks for sharing that as well. Jay, you want to add something?
Yeah, I really echo for this founder mode. I think when you look at a company, because if the founder is still CEO, he can have a long-term plan. And for the company, he can do the things a no founder CEO cannot do. Basically, that's what it is. Yeah. For those Magnificent Seven, I think Apple definitely feel a lack of the innovation. But the iPhone will stay there for next 10, 20 years. Like a PC, like here for 30 years, we still use it. For Microsoft, they are leading AI cloud for now. Right? So they have this enterprise data, your application, and the personal data application. So they have a lot of data, your application. So they will be the beneficiary, very big beneficiary of the AI application. NVIDIA, you already mentioned, definitely will be I would say the number one in the AI wave. Tesla, there is a big short said, never underestimate Elon Musk. Personally, I feel that I did that one time. I tried to short the Tesla. I said, no, why Tesla's P is so high, right? Where they high for a reason. So potentially when the full driving system, what's the true value of it? We are still not really fully understand it now, and how this synergy with the X.AI, with the humanoids, your robot, all those things tied together, what's the value of it? Amazon, I look at will be the number one, number two, number three of the AI cloud. I don't know. So their feature will depend on that. I personally feel Meta, the cloud, or they will be the Linux of the AI. If they can, that's their vision and their founder lead. So they may be able to do it if they become the Linux of the AI, that's a big deal. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, well, not investment suggestions, but thank you for sharing that. And we may have time for a couple questions. I see, lots of hands raised. Go with lady first, and we'll come to gentlemen. Yes, lady in red, Cindy. Yes.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Jay. So you kind of mentioned more things, right? So you mentioned, I guess, Matt also mentioned were CryptoAI Summit, so Meta because they also visiting whatever the stable point, so that will add a little bit budget.
So could be, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so
why, yeah.
so Meta trying to launch Libra, but Libra as stable coin it never launched because of the regulatory concerns, right? And but Metaverse is what Mark Zuckerberg trying to target for Metaverse. So it has this quest, right? AR, VR, it bought. But this is not really taking off. Recently, Mark Zuckerberg focused on the glass. He's thinking glass is the next computing platform. That's what he's thinking about, right? And I actually tried. I was invited by Washington Post in DC in the event that Meta AI also co-sponsor. So I tried their glass, and it's good. You can see, like you can talk to it, and if you want to look at a certain place, you say, "Where am I?" It knows where you are. But if it will be next generation of computing platform, we don't know yet. I don't know if you guys know about the AirPing, right? AirPing from Humane, it did never take off. And I also trying to buy the Rabbit R1. How many people? Yeah, the young people knows Rabbit R1. It's like using the large action model. It seems good at that time in CES. Currently, I think they're still working hard, but it's not really the next platform yet. Still, maybe the next AI platform is maybe still your phone, right? We don't know yet. But yeah, go back to M7. M7 Meta could potentially be, but they have to figure out the Llama. Llama is currently caught up by everyone else, like China's DeepSeek, Q1, Qianwen, right? And also even NVIDIA is catching up. So he spent so many money even already in the metaverse. Now he spent so many money in AI. So it's kind of shady. I would rather bet on Google, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Amazon than Meta at this point. Yeah, the transformer, the attention all you need paper is published in Google. And actually, they do have the chatbot, which is at the quality of the chat GPT, but they are not release it because of someone said he's talking to a sentient, right? And then they did not release it. And at the very beginning, it's called the bird, right? It's not called Gemini.
Bard model.
Yeah, Bard or something, yeah. But yeah, and it always refuses you. Like that time, I only using Bard.
I think like again, that's the leadership issue.
Like
Management issue that you pointed out. Yeah.
Yeah,
Management.
and also it's alignment is trying to block you always. You ask even valid question, it will not return any good answer. Right.
It's constantly, like about repeating over.
So I guess like Google is great. I love Google. I use a Google phone. I'm just very disappointed by them. I sold all my Google stock. I think they don't have their shit together. So many good engineers, but there's no commercialization that is capable.
So we have a question for one last question. What time for the one last question? Please find the panelists after. And in the meantime, you have to pick 5 of this from 5 lottery tickets for your 5 bucks. Thank you. Yes, please.
谢谢 Maggie， 谢谢我这个师姐哈。要把这个话题做好一点，因为我是从洛杉矶南加州飞过来，然后我带了南加州著名的骨科医生。我想破除一个问题，就是大家谈论 Big Seven Big Three， 但是呢，我们East 是 West 纽约是 financial center，West Coast tax center， 所以我有2个问题，第一个问题就是骨科医生，他是很有名，南加州著名的骨科医生，他一直想把这个 medical field disrupt to AI that brought to myself is big industry like insurance or anything that how can we use AI for clinical like disrupt this industry? Because no matter you like it or not， 对，我就这么讲，华人在美国没有一家设计师，disrupt time，所以希望大家能够在今天下午4点 ，let's brainstorm how to become problem solver. Instead of talk about the big 7 is important. That's big enough. We should have entrepreneurial mind. Give a brand new field how to solve the problem. Let's become again.
谢谢你的 pitch，我不用回答这个问题，我可以给个 comment，而且大家可以课后再这个不是课后哈，拍了以后再聊。I was in Omaha this past weekend, and they talked about insurance business, and actually someone asked about AI to Jane, and he mentioned that AI is transforming the insurance business, right? Because you have all the data, and actually autonomous driving is also transforming the insurance because you then have different liabilities, right? Before liability is between people to people, now it's between machine to machine, and the cost of insurance will be higher because to fix robo taxi will be much more expensive than fixing a Ford, for example, or a regular Tesla. So it's changing the industry already, and there's a lot of capital going to that. Private equity is going to there, and that comes with a lot of investment in technology already. So this will not be easy task, but definitely a promising future. So we welcome you to discuss. And I know 骨科专家 actually makes the most out of all the doctors, so I'm sure that paid occupation will continue to be profitable too. Thank you all, and I think Ken picked 5 winners for his new book. And yes, please. Okay. Thank you, Ken, for your generous offer.
Okay, so the first number is 248888045. Are you still here? Maybe last 3 digits is 045.
Okay. Don't worry, you say it, and we're gonna keep it here, and then actually, we'll find a way. We'll find a way to give the box out. Don't worry.
The last 3 digits is 056.
Okay, keep going. Don't worry.
And
this is a digital world where we actually need a paper.
Then 0, last 3 digits 040. They all left, huh?
Well, then the outside networking.
And then 8011. 8011. Okay. 8043.
Okay. Oh, okay. We got one here. Okay.
We have one. Okay, let me actually. Okay.
We have quite a few winners. Please come and then take your prize. Thank you, Ken, for bringing the books and I hope it's signed. So maybe you should sign it.
Yeah, I will send later. Okay. 8078.
Great. So I think that's all the time we have for the panel. And welcome to talk to the panelists afterwards. And thank you so much for your time and expertise and your honest views and sharing. I'm sure we'll appreciate it. Thank you very much.
So,
I never thought of it as actual AI agent. And I just said, I mean, let's talk to you. This is where you think about this. So you know, it's actually traveling, but I think I'll do that. Right. You know, building is on our own, but I think we're already used to my own, like, services. I'm not sure. Sorry. Yeah. But, I just, it's just something new you said. Yeah. Yeah. No. Oh, I was here at like 10:30. Oh. Yeah, the user price. Can I share it? Yeah, sure. Yes. I saw that. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Hi, hello everyone. We still have another panel before our lunch, and welcome everyone back to the audience. And we'll start the next panel. Good. All the panels.
Yeah, I was bringing today. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a good vision, but it's a nice office.
Hi, May. 有一个嘉宾还没到。
Yeah, no problem. Just, yeah. What time?
Test. Wait. Hello everyone. We have a 30 minutes break and our next panel will be 1:15. 到了。点了，还有20分钟。吃东西吗？你先吃吧，没关系。对呀，你有饭吗？我还没拿，先吃吧。哦，谢谢。
给你介绍一下。好。是那个
叫什么？
加密，加密，它是索纳的行业。
哦。是索纳是一个 C 吗？
对，是一个跟你对应你现在竞争的一个改革。对。它原有客户每个有点技术高一点。
然后是哪家？对，我洛川的主播呢？
哦，那你今天来看这个？
我来学习一下，然后
带着小孩
带小孩来学习一下。
VS 有在做吗？
没有，但是我们其实也对面做了一个，在的时候在对面做了一块儿，这里是为什么？新加坡的。对，因为我们产品里面说 reduce fund set up cost， 所以那个还在一个试验阶段嘛。对，做一个 limited sales。I don't know what's limited, but as a company, yes, very conservative. Our clients are all investing to build markets to invest in to back them up to be one party, but problem that means we take it. It's on us, so that's why the bank doesn't want to do it. 他们希望我们做对 everything facility and trade like to touch， 因为不是我搞到什么事情，所以他希望我用把他们的什么 crypto 啊 current 都进那个 bank system。这个东西就是因为 challenge 和 counterparty risk 高嘛，就刚才我们也说，如果穿一比如说标一个 crypto， 然后你 counterparty， 那你就 crypto 是被划到。
那你用那个 ETF 形式？
对，
你就闭着以后。
对，所以我觉得开始好像 asset management 也开始，但是你要做直接投是
因为无法做
是吧？对，只有这样 institution 才行，要不然。所以你是 base 的，那是因为这个对。这个创新是一个艺人一个，而且是做画画的，是他们。
刚才大头都这样。
就5年。
可惜了。
对，他说可惜了。
原来他来过我们上海，对，
到此。
对，刚开始拿不到。
对。最后涨这么多就行了。
你会有一点会是 stable ground based story。US based 还是什么那个？
今天晚上我再加一个平台，那个可以啊，他挺这个股票，他有发到 IP 的，都跟来有谁？我觉得这个是一个好方向。里面可能是一个。还有他会在没看一个来着，我出在这个多面一点点，但是也在那看那看，我们基本还就周末基本上不会那么着急，对对对，毕竟没有什么会议，对。对南面是感觉更大。对，我来过好几回。在这大费的变化，什么都说。对。
他会把方便面觉得特别光荣。
我同事特别逗，就是我那天在那边跟同事在吃饭，然后进来几个保镖把人都推开了，一会儿过来看照片，方便面。真的，我很逗的，我去，了解这个在，发现一个新的事情，第二事情。
今天喝的，
对对对。
他们用那个鳖的，
加了他们
对，主要是华尔街的一个。今天看到有他们说完这个 crypto
对对对，我看这次好像一半一半，传统的和传统的那个。
啊，就是下一个11月初讲公益，
对
adoption。
加州有那个。
加州对我个人在上，不用那么多。
intern 也是主要看属于项目。
对项目，这个预设。美国像我们对赛为主，然后就伤害人。
对。
没有。
你觉得什么时候会开始赢下一个？
再说这个是再说这个
现在说也行。
但是，正常给 LP，会那个一点，可以稍微，在亚洲这一块其实很难做的，就是价格你去做，对，像我们这边相对比较少，这个就是觉得比较少，就是包括正好的那个，包括他们这次一个能装出来是相对于其他的比较公开。但你现在就是这里 logo 的，我们相对我们就是看了一圈，我们比较多的是一些选择，我们不好可以分开，有的比较多，
所以应该就在美国。
对，亚洲是做好很多，这方面是，包括你光有几个点亚洲是，当然，虽然确实一直在考虑这时候，第二步就是咨询的，对，很多第二步是咨询分析是介入到人工的这个咨询，那其实我们国内属于还不错，要说一个设计的，一个稳定的它是。做我们持个啊，你像新品类之类的，所以他们来做起来是以后都发展，做美国养老金的，这几个做。我们有一个跟你弟弟养老金，一个像爱方。 去年包括一些 AI 的，AI 的，你们原来就是很多的 AI， 只做 AI 的业务。但讲了以后，我们它也方式，比较有可能对。现在可能会更快的这个，可以康复。
Yeah, but tricky is still, yeah, I understand it's not easy to find so the big hot area report.
Right. You don't know. Right. 这样发展太快了，就是都不知道还有什么意义。那问题来了，第二个就是不知道跟什么样的，给大家程序员的快是2年以后应该有一些问题，就如果说是一种长期有价值的处理方案，这些问题就是相对来说那些。你有活跃 AI 的方式没有？这个 AI 起来这些想法，我都不懂难知道。对啊，就是你们这些，对啊，我觉得有时候你像这个迭代，不行的，对，大家做 AI， 继续去提升其他的，他们也不这么。当然也是，但是都是画饼嘛，但是不用这个参与的啊，那个其他的技术的，最后原来那的时候，可能大家觉得在新的时代里面，像Microsoft 或者最后发现这个肯定是他已经有 customer， 然后他加上对啊，像 Meta 其实这个不太长，对，因为它。然后 AI 做出来这个 self 就是把这个，它不是 AI， 它不是 Web3机制，它是通过 AI 把它的 advertising 做 targeted， 对，卖更好了，有这个原因，对吧？对，所以我们对过去2年 benefit 最大的就是你真的有 customer， 更愿意配，我们为了 AI 使用更方便了，因为他们做这个 AI 加产品做。你做一个新的创业公司，做小他们也可以加 AI， 还有他们对，Google 也是，我以为 Google 第一个被淘汰，结果现在照样做，对，对这个原理是说很难去遇到的，带着一些传统公司类很多一些创新，就是他们可能去让的，真比较厉害，这种data 做那种创意，就是确实说一个性知识跟产品不一样。他们的这个就是还有这个社会的这个人这个，就完全说一个传统的这个，做法，这个也会是产品化。 这些新的东西，反正就是你在这种初创企业就不太 make sense。除非他出的真是一个以前没有的，而且有一点有那么门槛。对，我们再看一个类似的，就是我就把 AI 的一些什么样的问题，AI 什么样的问题有哪一些？就是我们通过 AI 就是 research 也好，就是一个企业的大模型 model 什么什么 agent， 然后再去看我们然后是一个对，然后这个对时间的时候，我这个肯定真我这个例子，对。
Hello, hello. Hi everyone. Our next panel will be 120. panel 马上开始可以进行了。马上开始。你好，我们是
哦，好啊。
panel 马上开始变。佳妮呢？
做公司可以的，但是因为现在这个我的股市必然下行，或者 market 上上下下有变动的，天涨3%下来，正高啊。所以对台湾国家的这个公司的不可以的，而且是还不是一个大公司，小公司的不可以，还是地产公司的不可以。我听到后来我给一下，对，很有意思。我前任有他们战士，这个。只有这短期，而且短期在啊，期待的好强的，长期加油的啊，这样说3-3那个场，这个前几6月份到期，到期的70多，还是买什么？我这，但是就是因为他不断有这种好消息刺激，他得干干，一个先把这个东西裁了，对，最后看过去的。管家子嘛，对，现在有点转了，现在做一代，有人先贵了之后，看上不上，做的要比也贵嘛，然后而且他现在的地方，他知道你换去我贵了，最后我的，那他就说你就下来了，就知道了，其他人是吧？我这个还是那种，看完了。但是这个那个老板那期老是这样，跟以前一样，就是还是10%，对。宣传的抖音大于审批的，对，这个是个例子。因为就是没有太多，但不是我们的 trading 而是已经说的已经绝望了，这已经非常好。对，所以像你说他其实。这边因为先天性地了，在这也是这意思啊。我们渐渐的可以松懈，把这个
我去上。
那谁呢？那个小胡呢？
小谁？不知道这个屏幕为什么是黑了？不知道怎么黑了。
我看一下。我先看一下这个。你为什么？有一个先 bike， 然后要选一个什么 penetrate 什么的 PC， 反正就中间这个第一行中间那个，就到这个。
喂。
test。
喂。喂。 喂 test。
直播还开着呢，刚就没关呢直播。
他找到中期选举，他干这个事情，他被选上，关键是
Yes. OK， 我们开始吗？Mary， 我们开始吗 ？OK， 好。So everyone, welcome back after the lunch break. So the next panel, we'll talk about Web3, right? In the world of Web3, Ethereum and Solana are two of the most talked about platforms. Today, we will compare the performance and explore the implication for developers, investors, and the future of the decentralized application. So today, we would like to welcome our distinguished panel guest. First of all, it will be led by Lincoln Marr, AI Product Lead at Coinbase. Welcome. And welcome Han Liu, founder of BitFi, investor, and ex-CTO at CEX. Welcome. And please welcome Jazz, and the founding engineer at Solivit. Okay, welcome. Jiani Chen, growth at Solana Foundation. Welcome. So let's hear from them as they break down the ongoing competition between these two Web3 giants. Welcome. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Hey, everyone. My name is Lincoln. I'll be your moderator today. I lead AI developer products at Coinbase, and I'm very excited to be here talking with you and our panelists about Ethereum and Solana and blockchains generally as we start to think about what are the requirements for mass adoption, how do we get these technologies in front of everyone, and how do we get them also integrated with AI and agents. So to start, I'd love if we could just go down the line and you give a brief 30-second introduction about yourself, what you're working on, and what the most exciting thing you see right now in the space as it comes around your specific project and the blockchain that you're building on and why you chose to build there.
Sure, thanks. Hey guys, my name is Han. I'm the CEO of BitFi. So BitFi is a CDFi platform cross-chain. So basically what we do is we generate yields across CeFi and DeFi space for our users. On the CeFi side, we're more like a traditional finance model. We run trading strategy across central exchanges. But at the same time, we gather yields on a DeFi source that's more like DeFi native rewards. And we combine them at the same time. So currently we have roughly $500 million of TVL or AUM, depends on how you want to call it. And we are deployed on multiple chains, not including Solana, though, hoping to get there soon. So yeah, glad to be here. And I can't help but notice that I'm the only one here with a neutral stance. So the other two panelists are representing Solana. So I'll try to stay as objective as possible here. So and about what excites me the most about I guess the projects like the crypto space in general is I think we're definitely seeing mass adoption, right? If we're not talking about specifically like what chains or what tokens in general, if you look at the market price market movement for major assets at Bitcoin and the sort of the general understanding of crypto across the non-crypto people is definitely moving in the right direction. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what the future 1 to 5 years of crypto can bring us. And yeah, so that's my intro. No.
Hey everybody, Charles here. I'm from Solaire. We're building scaling solution based on SVM, especially we use dedicated hardware.
We also have a couple other product lines of like staking, and then we also have the stable coin, and we also have the card, your debit card prepaid. Pretty much you can deposit crypto and then you can spend on anywhere. Use a Visa card. Personally, I'm like fund engineer. I do a lot of tech stuff, and I'm pretty neutral as well. Like you and I built on Solana. Like I think foundation people maybe at a different stand, but I'm pretty neutral. I do like a lot of stuff that Ethereum people are building right now. For the market, I think there are two interesting things happening right now at the market. One thing is like we're seeing a mass buying power from like companies. This is like, we never seen that before. Really interesting. I think this trend is gonna keep going for a while. Like I'm talking about years level. So personal saying, I think Bitcoin for now is may couple more X in the future. Let's see how it goes. Another trend I'm seeing that is also pretty interesting and fascinating is that we're seeing there are more real world assets now landing on chain. Like everybody is asking me like why crypto is even useful, right? I think one big thing is like it significantly reduced the trading cost of like any asset. Pretty much, if you're trying to buy US stock, but you do not have any US banking account or whatever, you can buy it just on chain right now, pretty easy. So with that being said, I think we're gonna see a lot more assets moving from Web2 to crypto, using the low cost trading platform offered by crypto, and then offering more global market for this. Right, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gianni. I'm doing growth at Solana Foundation. We're a nonprofit organization based in Switzerland, although a lot of people know us as the more centralized BD and growth team of the Solana blockchain. So the team is pretty verticalized. We have at least 1 or 2 dedicated people trying to kickstart verticals across from DeFi, AI, DePIN, DeSci, gaming, NFT, consumer, and all the important space that crypto is innovating. So this year, a big push from the foundation perspective is to build a internet capital markets. And just like what these panelists also referred earlier, blockchain's best use case is for trading assets. And you can't have a very robust capital markets with only a few assets. And in the past, we've seen a lot of really speculative assets on chain, including memes. And people really love memes because it's really fun, makes a lot of money for the blockchain. But then if you think about what else can you trade on blockchain, it has to have assets that have more substantial values. So this year, our big push at the foundation level is to bring more high quality, high value assets on chain. That includes stocks, bonds, commodities, gold, Bitcoin, as well as other blue chip assets, so that everyone who's trading on Solana can then easily get access to anywhere from meme coins to US stocks. So that's kind of the big push for us this year.
Great. I appreciate all those introductions. So to level set for the audience, if you're of a crypto familiar background, you might already know this, but for context, Ethereum and Solana are the 2 leading smart contract platforms right now. They're basically the 2 operating systems on which you can build apps. Ethereum has been around since early 2015, and while it is a more robust set of infrastructure in terms of the developer tooling and existing apps and liquidity on the chain, it has suffered from issues around latency and congestion and being a more legacy technology. So they're playing a game of developing this technology further and attempting to catch up. Solana has been around for not nearly as long. However, it was created in a more novel way that allows it to be incredibly fast and cheap. And push back on this if any of you guys agree here. But with that in mind, we've seen a clear sentiment shift in how we think about Ethereum recently. Bitcoin is at all-time highs, yet Ethereum is nowhere close. And even after the past couple days of 20 to 30% price increases, Ethereum has a long way to go before it reaches those previous levels of sentiment. It feels like there's no real value for ETH as a token anymore, or at least that's what we see on Twitter and within the general consensus of opinions of crypto people. So thinking about the Ethereum as an L1 and the Ethereum virtual machine, which is what powers all the different L1 and L2 chains that are built using Ethereum's technology, how do you think about what Solana's true competitor is? Is it Ethereum as an L1? Is it the EVM with robust developer tooling that's available and allow people to build additional chains? Is it the ability for L2s to be created? What do you think is the main thing that is what the real battle between these two platforms hinges on? Yeah, anybody?
Yeah, why don't we hear the perspective from the Solana representatives first?
Can start. Sure. I think EVM in general has been the biggest competitor in terms of builder. So we look at it from a few perspectives. The first one is developers. Developers are the core pillars of a robust ecosystem. Without them, we don't have good apps. So we like Solaire, we like all the other really great DeFi app builders that are coming and build on Solana. And then the second, I would say, is from a user perspective. From a user perspective, Solana has done a very good job last year of attracting the most net new users, net new wallets, and transactions on chain. Partially because of meme coin, it is super fun and everyone loves it. And as a result, we have also one of the deepest liquidity across all blockchain. And that's also very important if you're building an internet capital markets. Liquidity is probably the biggest moat across different sort of L1s. So I would say from those three perspectives, I think from the builder perspective, EVM was a very strong competitor of ours. And then from the next two sort of user and liquidity, Solana has become pretty much number one as of this year. So.
Yeah, so the way I think about this is like, I would like to go back and see why Ethereum become Ethereum today, like why Ethereum got so popular 5 years back, right? I think the key reason is like Ethereum undertakes a lot of new asset issuing back then. And then if we think about it, 2018, 2019, NFT, and then later DeFi, and then now we're moving towards to more as of like layer two liquidated is like trading cost too high, so we have reduced the trading cost for UVM, then it's a bunch of layer twos, right? And then the new asset now we're talking about is RWA, or like real world asset, Web2 asset, stock, as like Jenny mentioned, gold, silver trading on chain. So I think like Ethereum got popular because back then there's no other good platform to issue new assets. And then now there are many platforms where you can issue new assets, bring more trading power on chain. I think for next, if we're predicting who's gonna win next, I think we should see who can bring most new assets on chain and bring associated trading power. So from this perspective, I'm personally more aligned with Solana. The reason is that you need to be fast. You do not want a segmented liquidity. You want, for UVM, right? When we talk about Ethereum UVM ecosystem right now, there's so many layers. Like now you have Base from built by Coinbase, you have Arbitrum, you have Optimism, you have a bunch of others, right? Like each of those layer twos has their own like set of liquidities. But for Solana, there's, for now at least, there's not much else. This is only Solana. All the liquidity is on Solana. If you bring asset onto Solana, then you can just enjoy all those liquidity. But like if you bring to UVM, you need to think about, okay, what if I build on Base? What if I build on Arbitrum, or I should build a cross-chain strategy for my new assets? And then cross-chain thing sounds cool, but there are many associated costs. As if your user needs to have multiple wallets and then sign multiple messages to really bring assets here and there. There's a lot of the user experience thing, especially for trading. Like, what if I lose my asset in between? Like what if your bridge got hacked? There's so many user experience problem there. So personally speaking, for this topic, I'm more aligned with Solana. Yeah.
Thanks. I think I offer more perspective from a user and as a sort of on the exchange side, because before BitFi, I was also a CTO for exchange. If you look back at like how Solana was founded, I think Lincoln gave a super comprehensive overview of the landscape between Ethereum and Solana. Solana was built way later than Ethereum, and was set out to deal with some of the problems that we know are intrinsic to Ethereum that's really hard to deal with. And that's actually the reason, for example, like scalability and performance, right? That's the reason why there are so many L2s on Ethereum. So natively, Solana, what I can see is that it's got a very young community, very, in my opinion, more active and more enthusiastic community building things based on a infrastructure that is a lot faster than Ethereum, that opens up opportunities for many things. At the same time, of course, there are pros and cons, right? The trade-off for the performance is there can be, there's been things about talking about like potential not so much decentralization or for Solana compared with Ethereum. Although personally, I don't think that's a deal breaker per se. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I think in order for, if we're to take in a Solana perspective and how can it compete with Ethereum? Number one is, how can it move faster? It already has been, given that it only was founded way later than Ethereum. And to gain more user, gain more builders, and like Jess mentioned, more wide variety of applications. I think on Ethereum, what I see, most of the applications are very, trading specific. On Solana, I see a lot more varieties. For example, there's Solana there on my phone. I'm actually pre-ordered one, hoping to get that this year. Yeah. So, and if you just look at the market penetration, in terms of market cap, I believe Solana is about 90 billion versus 250 for Ethereum. So it's like a third there. But if you look at the trading volume if you use that as an indication for liquidity, the trading volume is the proportion is smaller. I think it's Solana is maybe 1/8 of the volume for Ethereum. If that indicates the liquidity, then maybe there's still a 50% liquidity gap between the Solana and Ethereum, but it's catching up, right? So yeah, so I'm again, I try to stay objective, but I personally feel that how to keep up the momentum of Solana and how to take advantage of what it offers better than Ethereum and build from there. And especially in this stage where mass adoption is getting more and more real, how can we build an application that is ideally chain agnostic? People who use that is powered by Solana, for example. People don't need to know that. Most people, it's like internet. We don't need to know how the underlying protocol works. Yeah.
So I just want to add on something really quick. I still want to advocate for UVM ecosystem a little bit here. Even we all say like Solana is promising, that's for the future. But for now, what do we see is majority of the new assets, especially for real world assets, which has much larger capacity for trading volumes and buying powers, are still on Arbitrum, which is a UVM ecosystem right now. And this is like when you issue gold on chain, the first question you may ask is legitimacy, right? Whether this is secure enough, whether somebody else has done that before. And then from this perspective, like UVM is still pretty ahead. I'm saying like, because a lot of people has done that on UVM ecosystem. And then I think like foundation people is working hard to like make people believe Solana is also a good platform. I think like, it's catching up right now. Like we are seeing like ETF for SOL. We already know like ETF is for like ETH or like BTC is already there, but SOL I think it's like legitimacy problem going to be solved soon. So for the future, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, great points. Very insightful. Another thing I think that's interesting to add on is the fact that it almost feels like it's not necessarily Ethereum versus Solana, but it's the EVM in Ethereum versus Solana. Ethereum as a blockchain itself has numerous different issues that we've seen right now, the congestion, the high fees, but there are new L1s coming out that are still built using EVM technology and can take advantage of the near decades worth of tooling for developers and apps and infrastructure that supports Ethereum-based chains while not having the baggage of a significantly slower chain. Additionally, too, I think it's interesting to consider the potential revenue generation opportunities for companies that want to build layer 2s on top of Ethereum. The transaction fees for those L2s, about 75% of those can be accrued directly to the company that creates this L2 in the form of sequencer fees. If a company like Robinhood or Stripe ever builds a blockchain, it's likely that, or Facebook, for example, their Diem project that eventually evolved into Aptos or Sui. The reason that those large companies build their own chains is for value accrual, and finding the right place to capture that could arguably happen at the L2 level. But I think it's a fantastic example of Solana's approach to accumulate everything together in terms of having liquidity, technology, and users in one spot, whereas Ethereum's approach, while is more fractionalized because of the inherent limitations of ETH as an L1. I'd be curious to touch a little bit more on the point that you made, Han, about the cross-chain aspect of blockchains. particularly the point that you said about how if users ever really want to, if we ever want to see mass adoption, it's likely that nobody will realize they're using a blockchain. And the same way you swipe a card and you don't know what happens when money is transmitted around the world to get to the merchant. We want to build systems that allow for users to have crypto extracted completely away. With this in mind, how do you think about the importance of various different chains at the protocol level versus the actual user experience at the app or the wallet level?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So if you look at the nature of the reasons why so many chains have been developed in the past few years in crypto, I think it's exactly because the OG ones, Bitcoin is not DeFi, not DeFi native, and Ethereum, it has its own intrinsic vulnerabilities or the weaknesses. And there are opportunities for efficiency, and people build different chains in order to capture the inefficiency and get rewarded for bringing efficiencies, right? So I think this is a natural process. There's competitions because there are opportunities, people want to gather them and try to take advantage of them, which is totally fine. I think but it doesn't change the end goal. The end goal is that if we do want to achieve mass adoption at one point where everyone, blockchain is powering, say, everybody's everyday life, which is I don't think we're anywhere near that yet. So when that happens, whether there are different underlying chains supporting different niche utilities, or there's one major chain that dominates everything, I think it's anyone's guess, right? And personally, from a user level, from a user experience level, it shouldn't really matter that much. But if you ask me to sort of make a prediction, I think there will be multiple chains, because similar to just the Web 2 world, depending on the applications, sometimes you need performance, sometimes you need latency, sometimes you need storage, right? We have trying to build a one model, even in AI, right? Why agentic model is getting more popular than a previous big monolithic model that does everything is because it's more efficient that way to spend resource right on the different spot. So my guess would be, as the 10 years from now, if blockchain is empowering everybody's daily life, then I think there will be different chains tailored for different purposes. But for each utility like category, I don't think there will be too many chains as we are seeing today.
Great. Johnny, I'd love to hear your thoughts about that as well. Do you view the Solana blockchain as the one and only destination for all things related to whatever you need a blockchain for? Or do you think there will be multiple different solutions specialized on various different tasks? Can we do everything by increasing bandwidth and reducing latency?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously want everyone to come to Solana to do everything. That's a great idea. I support a lot. But I think, I think at the end of the day, users care about UI experience and problem pinpoint. And if you can provide a infrastructure technology that enables developers to build apps without having to make a lot of decisions, which I want to use, choose to use, Arbitrum-based OP, and just focus on developing the best app for users. Similarly with institutions, where do I park all my assets on chain that has really strong liquidity and also stablecoin flow and payments integrations? Then I think you'll inevitably attract the best team, and then the best team will then ship the best apps, and the best apps will attract the best users. So I think as a foundation, we're just laser focused on bringing the best, developers, and then those teams will then figure out what next, pumped off on app that will be bringing us like another 100 million users in 6 months. That's like sort of our stance, but we can't really control what happens. What we can control is to create the best dev environment for the best developers.
Great, that makes sense. Thank you. I'd love to hear your all's thoughts as well about what the most important piece of the stack is to capture. I think there's a lot of analogies to the supply chain that exists right now for the other goods and services that are in our day-to-day lives. For example, for something to end up in a grocery store and for you to buy it, it has to potentially be created or manufactured or farmed. That has to be sent to some sort of distribution center. That distribution center has to have shipping to get that to the end client, say it's like a grocery store, and that grocery store then has to have a relationship with the customer. There's many different points of this chain, and I think there are many that are analogous in the crypto space as well. You have to have the blockchain, which is providing the settlement and verification times. You have to have the potential layers of smart contracts. So for example, the exchanges, the decentralized exchanges, or the lending protocols that help build a larger app. And then you also have to have the wallet piece where the user is able to store and interact on chain. And then finally, you have the app layer, which is where the end user actually interacts and does whatever the app allows them to do using blockchain. So between those 4 points, the blockchain, the wallet, the smart contracts or protocols, and the actual end user facing app, which one of those do you all think is the most important and why?
You're asking which one of those is most important for getting users, or?
For value capture, which one of those is the most critical? Which one of those, if owned by Ethereum or Solana, wherever do you think the best chance for overall dominance of whatever the mass adopted mainstream use case is?
Gotcha. Sounds good. I think quite some of those components were shareable, especially stuff like wallets, and also the underlying product. As of like, it doesn't matter like the detailed implementation of those smart contracts, because as long as I offer the same decentralized trading experience, it's called a DEX, whether it's on Solana or EVM, right? So it's the same thing. So I think on top of that, it's all the same. Like the product level, the wallet level, even the user level is all the same. But only underlying stuff matters, because when I'm a developer, when I'm choosing the platform I'm building on, I need to see a couple of factors, couple of metrics, whether it's fast enough, whether it's secure enough, whether it already has a large amount of user base where I can easily make profit after the product got launched, whether I have enough support from either the foundation people or like the dev community, right? This is all the metrics I'm looking for. I think for now, the competition in this stage still lies more on the underlying like platform level, as of like better protocol, like community foundation part. Yeah.
Yeah, amongst the four, if I could categorize the blockchain, wallet, and smart contract as infrastructure and app as application, I think as of today, I think the focus is sort of equally split between the infrastructure side and the application side. Although similar to what I said earlier, down the line in the future, I think that it's going to be the application layer that sort of like what makes different projects or companies differentiate from each other. But the status quo today is that infrastructure is still growing. It's not perfect. There's apart from potential trade-off of performance and scalability, wallets, the security, and things like that. They're not perfect, right? And so definitely we need to work on that front. But I think the marginal return for working on infrastructure is gonna reduce, similar to what happened to Web2, what happened to AI or to the internet, right? So there will be set infrastructure in place, and then the application can thrive upon it. And on the application front, I think the user experience is currently for me, from a like except on BitFi project, from a product perspective, when I design a product for our users to use, I need to inevitably interact with all the different chains and protocols. It's painful, right? Since we interact with we're chain agnostic, we deal with all kinds of protocols. Each can have their own interactions, own limitations, and own the risk of security. So on that front, even myself, I've been in the space for 7 years. When I try to interact with product or something, I get confused, right? And evidenced by the recent Bybit hack, hate to bring that up. People who are managing that wallet, they know what they're doing, but then the interface is still not intuitive enough that mistakes that scale can still be made. This is unimaginable in the traditional finance world. When you try to do a wire transfer, you can't just transfer all your money to a random person. But that's good step still can happen in cryptos because the infrastructure is not mature yet. But I'm confident we can get there. And I hope Solana, is going to be there.
Great, thank you. I know we're just about at time. I have one more rapid fire question for all of you. If you weren't working on the product that you were working on right now, what area of crypto would you like to be thinking about? For example, mine would be stablecoins. It feels like the right opportunity to be thinking about and building in the space, especially with the announcements from Meta that they're working on digital dollar transfers and Stripe creating a stablecoin as well.
Yeah, okay, I can kick off. I'm gonna do very similar thing as you. I think stablecoin and anything related to stablecoin. The reason is like stablecoin underlying is US dollar, and underlying that is like US bond, right? So I think in the next couple of years, stablecoin gonna see much larger adoption because stablecoin is strong means US dollar is strong. So let's say about that. All the stablecoin issued, why do those companies make money, right? Circle, like they have like thousands of people here in US. It's pretty expensive. That's because they issue you stablecoin on chain and then they take the US dollar back into the bond market, like earning all those interest. I think do anything with stablecoin will have a huge opportunity, but you need to have a good angle for sure. It's very hard. It's a typical institutional market over there. I think for like small entrepreneurs like me, I don't see much chance for me to really win that market. But other than stablecoin related, I think next thing I would do is anything related to bring Web2 assets into crypto. That's also a huge opportunity over there. I think even like people like normal people like me, we can still have a share over there because there are so many assets categories, and there's so much regulational problem, and there are many user experience problems such that big companies, big institutions cannot move fast. Whenever in such area, like only in this such area, then we have a chance to really like take a fat over there. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say assets on chain. That's something I'm very passionate about. I think it's less of a problem for U.S. citizens or buyers because we have access to pretty much everything. If you're a credit investor, you can buy Apollo PE fund, you can buy T-bills, you can buy U.S. NASDAQ stocks. But if you're in Argentina or Turkey, it's very hard for you to access high quality assets. So I think democratizing access globally for every user in crypto to be able to buy Facebook stock on Solana, that would be great. And then secondly, I would say AI payments is very interesting. So agent to agent payments could only happen on chain, and agents are not going to have bank accounts. They're only going to have wallets, and we want to own that market as well. We want all the agents that are launching on chain to have a Solana wallet, and they will complete tasks and they'll get paid. They can also transact with each other. That can just all happen on chain.
Yeah, similarly, I think I would choose PayFi because there's just so much inefficiency in the traditional payment sector. If you look at the settlement cost, the settlement delay, the cross-border transaction, all this the barriers is too much. I just use a Visa, that oldest transaction. It's not just transaction company anymore. Like one of the oldest financial institution ever founded in the States. They issue about 800 million cards to U.S. citizens. That's about 2 per U.S. citizen. And on average, I think their transaction cost it's between 1 to 1.2% per transaction. This doesn't make sense anymore in this stage. Without all the technology improved, there's no reason why electronic transaction costs so much to process, right? So the inefficiency there, but of course there's a very established workflow in the traditional finance. Taking the barrier down and trying to improve that will take work, but I think the opportunities are pretty evident. It's just a matter of time, I believe, before blockchain can kick in there and replace a lot of the infrastructure that is there today.
Fantastic, really insightful. Interesting that we're all on the payments and narrative in some sense. That's all the time we have. Thank you so much. Please give a big hand for our panelists. This is a great conversation. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah.
需要换背景是什么意思啊？
就是切换一下，我找不到那个摄像头了。不是找不着那个 click 了。
找到哪个 click 啊？
就是想把它这个背景切换一下，我没找到那个 click。因为我知道在哪儿吗？
哎，我记得是给，还有什么其他功能？
要切换切换一下。
把现场放大。
不是，切换下一个 panel。这样。
对。
Hi, hello everyone. I hope you all enjoy this great panel discussion. So let's dive into the finding the next 100 times crypto asset, the art of speculation, which is our next panel discussion. And the theme is the art of speculation. So investing in crypto asset is as much an art as it is a science. So in this panel, our experts will share their strategies for identifying the next big thing in crypto and how they approach speculation in this fast-moving market. So let's welcome, first of all, our moderator, Jessica, the CEO of Meta. Welcome. And also please welcome Tian Zeng, the CEO and co-CIO at Third Eye, founder at Phoenix Digital. Let's welcome George Cao, the chairman of board at Ascent X, BitMax. Welcome. And please also welcome Si Chaoyang, co-founder and CTO at OORT. So let's welcome all the panelists.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Very nice to meet you here. I just flew back from Hong Kong yesterday. Actually, it's a deep night. So it's still pretty hard for me to stay here in the early morning, but thanks to Ray and the Big Push team for the good invitation. And we're also cooperate on this good events. And I think this is pretty good. Things happened recently in New York City, the town. So, because we can just feel free to discuss about crypto and AI, and I think that will be the most popular topics recently over the world. Same thing happened in Asia, trust me. That's why I fly to Hong Kong, stay there, so I can be a good bridge between North America and Asia Pacific area. But for short, I'm Jessica, CEO of Meta. Very good to meet you here. And then we will turn into the introduction part of the panelist. The first one is Tian Zeng, CEO at Third Eye, founder at Phoenix Digital, CIO at Nirvana. Sorry.
Hey guys, yeah, I wear a lot of hats. I have 3 funds, but first and foremost, thank you to TCFA for inviting me to this conference, and Maggie, who's the president. I used to work with Maggie, so my background is I come from TradFi. I used to work at various places like Citi, Deutsche Bank, Citadel, worked with Maggie back at Citigroup. And now I run 3 funds. The first one's called Nirvana. We trade global macro, so it's a TradFi fund. The second fund is called Phoenix Digital, and we typically make distressed investments in crypto, in the crypto ecosystem. And the third fund is called Third Eye. It hasn't launched yet, but we are a trading company in the crypto ecosystem.
And allow me to introduce next one, George Cao, chairman of the board of CEX.
Thank you, everyone. I'm very happy to come here to know everyone again. The reason I say that is I used to be a board member at TCFA a few years ago. It's been a few years. I didn't come to any TCFA event, but it's so good to see new and old friends here. So I'm the founder and CEO of Ascent X. Previously, we called it BitMax. We were founded back in 2018 as one of the oldest exchange in the world. So once again, thank you, everyone.
Hello, I'm Si Chaoyang, and I'm the co-founder and the CTO of ORT. So ORT is actually a project building a decentralized infrastructure for AI data. So think about the data as a fuel, and AI is the engine for the next industry revolution. So we are building. You can think building the. We have a product called oil storage. You can think of this like the oil tank to store the data, and we have auto compute. You can think as a refinery for the oils to produce different products like gas, diesel, all those products. And we have Oil Data Hub is a marketplace to sell those products. So all in decentralized way, like a Web3 way. So we already generate a lot of revenues and gain the customers from open source projects like Kaggle, also like a lot of government backed marketplace for data. So I would say Alt is one of the first projects that bridge the gap between the Web 2 and Web 3 in the fields of AI. So I originally thought I'm going to talk about some AI here, but actually what you might be talking about is meme coin. So I'm not sure I'm the right person, but I will try my best to share my experience to you guys.
There are some AI part here.
All right, thank you.
Before we come to the stage, just talk with me. Shall we exchange each other? Like you will be the moderator. Feel free, always. Then we'll come into, for sure, we'll come into the dialogue very quick. And today we'll focus, even we have different background like TradFi, like crypto, and even like technical background, but we will have the same direction here to have a pretty good high efficiency and high quality dialogue to talk about the finding the next 100 times crypto assets, the art of speculation. And the first question will be, what indicators do you use to spot early stage, high potential crypto projects, and how to identify and value the Web3 assets before they explode? Let's start from Sichuan.
Oh, start from, okay, great. So I would say personally I do trading. I trade like Bitcoin, very obvious popular cryptos, but I never trade meme coins because it's very high risk and a lot of volatilities, right? So for me, it's essentially like a gambling. And I did some research last night actually. So I still feel the philosophy for the trading is still the same, right? You have to. You can think like a meme coin is being a very big, like a global market, like the coins over there, but you have to spot a lot of signals, right? From such a big market. And for the signals looks like, for example, and for me as a CTO, I like builders. So you think even the meme coin, there's a lot of builders on it, right? The meme coin also can have the ecosystem. So you have to keep like a very close observation on the builders on top of that, right? For example, the bank coin on Solana. I think there's the one day that the builders on Solana, the GitHub commitment like doubled during the Q4 of like 2023 or sometime. And if you see like a lot of developers been committing to the project, and that means there's a lot of building activity happening on the chain, and there's very likely there's going to be like a meme coin happen. And also, the liquidity of a coin, right? So usually we take like if you think about coin, the ratio of the FDV, the fully diluted value divided by the trading volume is like also a good signal for you to identify if this project is undervalued, right? But I think for meme coin, again, what I'm talking about is kind of like for the mainstream coins, right? For meme coin, it's much easier for you to get FOMO, and I would say follow the smart money may be the best strategy for you to get access to high quality meme coins. So I think there's some project follows the they keep monitoring a list of the wallets. They claim that they are smart money, and you can observe how this smart money is flowing around different pools and different coins, what coins they are purchasing and what coin they have dumped. So from those smart money, you can identify if you want to follow those activities, right? So but from what I understand, I just share my thoughts. Like you guys should actually not paying too much attention on the meme coins, essentially like a gambling to me. Instead, just follow some high quality projects like ours. So thanks.
Sure.
Thank you. I think this is a very interesting question. So when I first heard about this question, actually give me a chance to review the past 20 years of my trading experience. So what are the indicators I use to predict price movement? I just want to clarify, I don't trade anymore because I don't supposed to as a owner of the exchange, but I still can predict the price movement. So one thing I think it's shared in common in my pre-crypto life, work as a quant trader at Barclays, and the current exchange owner life is I got a lot of information that is not public, meaning that on a trading desk of any investment bank, I'm sure many of you here works for investment bank, right? We call them uninformed retail flow, which means they don't get lots of information as professional traders does. So back in old days, we spent millions of dollars every year to purchase data from third parties. For example, satellite data, online data set, people's, I would say inventory data, so on and so forth, to predict asset movement. And it's the same thing nowadays. Let me ask you this, Jessica, as a owner of I would say media, you oftentimes got lots of information. Like project will tell you, hey, you should serve us because people love us. We'll list on Binance next week, right? How often do you hear things like that? Very often.
Don't forget that I have been a co-founder at Exchange for 7 years. So I always has a criteria to select the best tokens, but it's just from the skill set, like, you can look into the project or product into a pretty deep selective way. So purely, when you select something, but in the crypto world, we never only focus on the quality itself, we also focus on the volume and the traffic.
Yeah.
So that means consensus. That's the real rule of the decentralized world.
Yes,
Right.
what I'm saying is, as the owner of the media company, same as the owner of exchange, we got lots of informed information that is not public, which makes me doubt what's the purpose of crypto. So I was fascinated to crypto just because it was promoting every single data is transparency, right? When you move assets from one wallet to other wallet, everyone can see that. We're supposed to promote data transparency, but however, I think crypto solved one problem, solved online transparency, but it creates so many barriers for people to get other piece of the information. So that's why I'm saying, so it's very difficult for retail traders to use any useful information.
One more comment very quickly. I'm sorry, that's really a dialogue. So we're developing a tool to grab the on-chain data and use the AI agent to push into the users' traffic very quickly to help the users can read the on-chain data in a very easy way. I think maybe partially that can answer some of the question. How can we grab the on-chain real data very quickly?
Yeah, I think that's still solve the one problem. The AI tool and big data tool is very powerful for people to analyze the data which is available on in public. But however, there's still lots of data you do not know. So for example, when are you going to list on a major exchange like us or like Binance, right? So I'm sure any project, if they list on Binance, the price will probably double in the next day. So these type of information user were not able to get. And unfortunately, some of the insiders get this information. That's what I'm saying. So I think the crypto, the popularity of the crypto was promoted by believers. They believe crypto promote data transparency. They believe crypto promote fairness. Yes, it is true. That's on one side, but on the other side, it also created another level of intransparency. I mean, from another dimension. So therefore, back to the question. What are the indicators I use to predict data movement? I use both public data and I also use some of the insider data. Although I do not trade them, but sometimes I found them useful. I guess it's not more of a psychology, philosophy question other than the technology or financial question. But just want to share some of my experience.
Thank you, John. How about you, Tian?
I think just to be clear, I don't think it has to be a meme coin to 100x, right? To the point, to the subject or the topic at hand. And I do think it's the topic's a little misleading that 100x, like you don't have to make 100x. You can find a lot of 10x's, and that's great. 10x is still very good relative to like TradFi returns. But honestly, that's not my special skill set. I trade a lot of large caps. I trade a lot of So to get 100x typically on one single asset, typically you have to be like an early VC investor, which one of my partners here actually at Third Eye, Connor's here. He's in the crowd. He's one of the best guys at identifying early assets. He was in Popcat with very early on. And actually Peter, who's sitting there too, he's a friend who runs another crypto VC fund and is sort of an LP in my fund, a current existing fund. He's very good at identifying those assets. But in today's world, I think it's really difficult. I remember back in like 2019, 2018, when I was flipping ICOs, I'll give you a couple examples of like actual 100Xs I've had. One of which was FTX. I was in the FTX ICO round, but it was a very simple thesis, right? Because in reality, FTX at the time was coming into a market that was already saturated. Like exchanges were saturated even back in 2019. So, but we liked his background. TradFi background looks really nerdy and talks really nerdy, right? And back then it was very easy because the arbitrage was really you buy at pre-seed valuations as low as you can at like 5 to 10 million, right? That's when you have a chance to 100x. Because if you buy something at 500 million valuation, it's really hard to 100x. So, but in my experience now, it's really difficult because the VC market is saturated. There's a lot more startups, and so to really get the 100x, you have to be just really involved in the ecosystem. You know a lot of people, you talk to a lot of people, and you get really lucky. It's a lot of luck involved. So, but again, it doesn't have to be 100x. It could be a 10x. If you 10x 5 things, all of a sudden you compound it to over 100x.
Well, good point. And when we talk about the indicators to find the good projects in early stage, the questions we can never skip will be how about the performance from or the impact from maybe the narratives or the QLs or the things driven from the retail part. And I personally like the second question more, like, what role do narratives and memes play in the driving price action? Let's start from Tian.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Of course. What do you think the role of the narratives and the memes play in the driving price action?
I think you can say that it's all about the narratives and the thematics, right? A lot of it really starts with a narrative before it becomes a real product. So yeah, the narrative matters a lot. If you think about, crypto likes to couple narratives that's outside of crypto, like AI, for example. So then I think narratives is about crafting that story, like how, crypto's all narratives, even in Bitcoin, right? I'll give you an example. This past month, we've had a lot of volatility in macro. And so, Bitcoin has been trading for the most part as a risk on, risk off asset, like stocks, like S&P or NASDAQ, right? So, so when markets start selling off in equities and overall global risk, Bitcoin fell from 100K to 75, right? But then gold was going up the whole time as a flight to safety asset, and also just as sort of like a monetary trade where people were selling U.S. assets. You could see it in risk off, but dollar also coming off, which is not typical, right? So then all the money has to go somewhere, and they went into gold. So then the narrative became Bitcoin is digital gold. So then it started decoupling, and then as the market recovered, gold started selling off, right? People don't need gold as much anymore. And then stocks came all the way back. And all of a sudden, crypto's not digital gold, crypto's risk on again. So it's all about crafting that narrative and how many people in the market believes in that narrative. So you have to sell it really well. For smaller projects, you have to be really good at marketing.
Definitely. I personally very agree with this because I'm just from the marketing agency. And if you work closely with someone else in this area, they can help you to promote this one, especially when they are just generating some trending topics on maybe social media or community. That will be much more workable.
Yeah, and then just to add, there's like to capture those narratives is typically through like the KOLs of the world, and then a lot of firms do beautiful job in crafting that narrative. Like Ripple slash XRP does a great job of contacting the press, putting out the good stories, putting out, having a lot of KOLs on TikTok, right? Despite having a very terrible product. So that's
just to remember that Jeffrey Xu just announced his suicide, so that's really a sad story. But then we find that it's totally cheating disaster. How do you think about that, George?
I think narratives is the key. So many projects, very great narratives. Like just you mentioned, Bitcoin is the digital gold. I mean, people buy that. And I remember in early days, people say Bitcoin is the gold while LTC is the silver. So back that time, LTC is very popular among Chinese communities because LTC is silver. It's very easy to remember compared with Bitcoin. And it's very easy for people to promote it. And also these days, I mean, narratives are like slogan, right? Great narratives does help people to promote you, to help marketing purpose. For example, Meta Era. So we build our Web3 experience to start with Meta Era. I believe that's your narrative, right? Is it slogan? Yes, I think that's a great one. So very easy for project to remember that. And also for Ascendex, when we use Trickle BMX, we are labeling ourselves as best IEO platform. So if you're an ICO investor for FTX, you remember we are the IEO platform for FTT and also for Solana. Right?
Yeah, I used BitMax as my first exchange because there was no KYC. So
it's our honor to serve you, but I guess you made quite some money from us. So congratulations. Yeah, so I think narratives are great. And memes also, of course, everyone knows how meme plays a big role in price discovery. Like those meme tokens, hot meme tokens like Trump or Mario or those big meme tokens. It's all about easy to spread because these days, I would say the information, there's so many information in the world nowadays, but among this information, how does people quickly grab some piece of information? It's very key to spread the word, right? So that's why I think narratives and memes are great tools to spread the words, and therefore great narratives and memes does help price discovery, does help people to spread like the information, like viral marketing. So yes, the short answer is it's very important.
Thank you, George. How about you, Charles?
Yeah, I fully agree. So narrative and memes are such important nowadays, given that that information spreading through the social networks, like short videos, like even like 5 seconds short video can spread, spread like a very good narrative of the project, right? So I think one of the key barrier about like 5 years ago about crypto is, crypto, every project likes like a white paper, but it's barely being understanding by all the people here. And so the white paper talk about like, it actually also talks about the vision, but in like technical ways. They explain those technologies and write it in the white paper and try to understand the vision, ask people to understand the vision of this project, right? So I think that's a barrier that normal people, they don't understand what's going on. Now, I think people have changed this trend. Instead, they use like a very, very short narrative and very straightforward narrative for people to have a better understanding of the project. I also, yeah. And given that also like in the white paper, a lot of things now becomes like very straightforward. Usually like in the white paper, people are talking about tokenomics, like how many tokens allocated to the investors, how much percentage allocated to the miners. But now in current meme coin world, like everything is like standardized. There are lots of tools you can use to set up the pool. Everything is transparent, right? So as what George said, now people can actually view the allocation of the pools and saw the distribution on chain. Instead of in the previous, just something set up in the white paper, you can change it anytime later, right? So yeah, so I agree that meme and also the narrative are the key.
What is narrative of your project?
What?
Yes.
Let me think. I think frankly speaking, we changed the narrative for many times. Yeah.
What is the current narrative?
You need to find material.
I think current narrative is like think DAI, think ORT. yeah, if you think the decentralized AI, you should think of the ORT project.
That's a quite good one.
Okay, so you can see that maybe if we use narratives or KOLs, that will make things into a chaos because you cannot predict. But sometimes we still trust into the data and trust into the model. So next question is also one I personally like it, and the AI-powered analyze for crypto speculation. Do you think bots predict the next big trend? Let's start from Sichuan.
Okay, yeah, so I think, no doubt, right? AI can help a lot of things, right? So that's actually also the key motivation for us to build this data hub, right? So we can have people to contribute so many different kinds of data to us, and then this data can be contributed to shared to our developers to build all these AI agents and different AI tools for us to for different kind of utilities, right? So in the Web3 era, like any on-chain data, right? On-chain data, you can, put this on-chain data into like a local database and share to the people. And for investment opportunities, a lot of data should be analyzed, right? For example, the active users, like the number of followers on the Twitter and the trading volumes. And for the AI, you need to identify, because a lot of information are not transparent, right? In the trading volume, you have to use the AI tool to identify how much percentage of the trading volume is actually wash trading, right? How many percentage is actually the real trading volume, right? I'm sure like in the Web3 world, like lots of trading volume are fake. So you have to identify what's the authentic volume over there, right? Also for the followers, how many follow on your Twitter account, what's the percentage follow like authentic followers, right? So AI definitely helps in this era, but AI also has the limitations, right? It also has a lot of bubbles actually. So we have to clearly understanding what AI can do and what the AI cannot do, right? So I'm not naming a lot of projects that talking about decentralized AI, but they are telling, oh, I'm going to build like a decentralized ChatGPT, right? But it's something like really challenging from my point of view, right? So think about like I attended this NVIDIA NVIDIA GTC conference, like the CEO Jensen Huang demoed like a supercomputer over there. He talks about the power consumption of this supercomputer and the speed, right? All the GPU chips were connected by the fibers and the very low latency, like milliseconds latency over there. But now if there's a crypto project talks about, hey, I can build like a decentralized infra ChatGPT over like a very normal home GPUs and connect like a decentralized way in North America and Asia. I can do the same thing as ChatGPT. There's no way you can do that, right? So I think for AI, you have to clearly understand with their limitations right now, right? And understand there's still a lot of scams in the market, in the crypto space. And I would say for now, AI is some kind of tool we can utilize to help us to do an investment, processing the data, and ask AI to extract useful information from such an amount of like information every day, right? So it's definitely helpful, but I think including us, like ORT, we are still exploring actually how to build a fully kind of transparent AI and trustable, secure AI in a decentralized way. That's lots of challenge over there. But for ORT, we start from the data, right? Because the data is the simplest way for us to bring up all the Web3 community together. So think about, we get also a lot of requests for collecting AI data in a very, very diverse way, right? For example, we need, I think we have a request that you need to get this data from people in 50 different countries, right? That's not something that Web2 company can do, but Web3, we can do it because Web3 community is global and it's so inclusive. So we can collect data from any place around the world, right? So inclusive and also more reliable because the data is used Web3 technology. We store the data in like a decentralized way. So, if any storage device gets offline or got destroyed, the data is still intact. It's still reliable, right? So there's a lot of things Web3 technology can help to build the decentralized AI, but still a long way to go, I would say. Thank you.
How about you, George? Thank you, Sicheng.
That's a philosophy question. I just asked the ChatGPT, can bot predict?
It's a scientific question.
That's a philosophy question. The GTP give me a positive answer, but I don't think I can trust him because there obviously a conflict of interest for a bot to say bot does work. So the short answer to this is I don't know, but I think in reality, some bot can, some bot cannot. Yes.
How about you, Tian? Maybe some suggestive answers.
There's a difference between AI and bots. If you use ChatGPT or any of the chatbots quite often, you can find a lot of errors in those chatbots just in regular everyday questions, right? So I would not trust to trade off of it for sure. I definitely don't trade stocks off of it, right? Not to mention crypto, but you can certainly like find value in using AI to identify trading opportunities, especially on-chain. You can track a lot of on-chain movements of wallets that, like for example, make really good trading decisions, and they tend to spot, early opportunities consistently, and you like can track those with AI and maybe some bots that can track it as well. So, but to trade off of the actual chatbots, I would highly recommend against that.
That's an interesting point. But my question is, what if say some AI asset manager, would you put money under their management?
Well, it depends on what AI means in what context. I mean,
AI, completely 100, they make discretionary investment decision by AI.
It really depends. I mean, I also, I know you come from a quant trading background. It's, you can conflate quant and AI trading in a sense that like that AI is part of quant trading. So, in that sense, yeah, I would, but it has to be a rigorous model, obviously. It can't just be a ChatGPT wrapper, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
You just call back me about the recently announced fundraising from Coinbase Ventures and the GSI that's Cuba or something. They are totally AI-driven asset management platform. That's a really big fundraising recently. We can look into that. I personally already look into the details. I think they just use AI for everything, but I think that's still early stage. But no matter what, let's enter into the last question because I got the reminder again and again. And the last question will be something related to your personal feelings and personal insights, information about your sectors. Let's see, talk about maybe just for short, talk about which one will be the most innovative or supportive chain do you think for the innovation of in this industry? By innovation, I think you can just share with us about your personal think about it. Like for example, Ethereum, Solana, or BNB chain. We all know CZ is doing a lot for BNB chain recently, so they gain a lot of the AI agent or something. But there's just my personal think about it. Share with us more from your perspective, Tian.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit biased because my fund owns a lot of Solana. But yeah, there's a narrative for each chain as well. ETH has been around for a long time, obviously, but now the narrative is stable coins. The narrative is RWA being built on Ethereum, whereas Solana is still sort of like that meme chain that BNB chain is trying to steal a lot of market share from. But obviously, there's also some RWA being built on Solana, which Johnny talked about in the last panel, trading stocks on Solana. I think that's a great idea. But yeah, I mean, and of course, there's more to it just than just betting on like certain L1s. But I'm personally very bullish Solana in the long run. But in the short run, there's a lot of issues too with all these L1s, which I won't get into because we don't have a lot of time left.
I think Tian is using a very good way. Let's just specific into some special area, like you talk about RWA, what do you think is the best chain? Or if you talk about memes, what would be that one? But that should be related to some innovative things.
Yeah, with the deregulation, RWA is kind of like at the forefront, which has a lot of use case, right? In crypto, there's a lot of, you know, a lot of protocols that really have no use case. RWA has a real use case, and you can couple that with Wall Street. So it's crypto Main Street and then Wall Street. You couple that with Wall Street via RWA because you can tokenize a lot of financial assets on chain, which then can bring in a lot of money to crypto. And that's always been the narrative too. Like, where does the money come from, right? At this point of in this juncture of crypto growth, it's really, you have to figure something out with Wall Street.
Very good. George.
So I think it's really a dynamic, I would say, environment. So at different stage, different chain has its own advantage. For example, talking about 5 years ago, it's all about Ethereum. So Solana was nobody, and there is even no BNB chain. And when I chatted with my head of wallet a few days ago, he's joking like, "Hey, Solana chain doesn't feel like Solana anymore." I said, "Why you say that?" He said, "We didn't run into any issues in the past 3 months. It's not all the Solana we got used to know that, right? In the old days, we are very happy with Solana price movements. I mean, we're the first platform to IEO Solana, but Solana had problems every week, oftentimes with the node, with the small contract, with the network. So Solana is give us lots of a headache in the old days. But now it seems like, how come Solana never have any problem in the past 3 months, right? It doesn't feel Solana. It's not real Solana. So, but now, I mean, just talk
trading on last 3 months, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, but if you talk about memes, if you talk about developers, yeah, Solana is dominant right now. But who knows what will happen a few years later? So it's very crypto. The way I like crypto is it's very dynamic. It's very fast. You can never predict what's the hottest sector in next month. Not even talking about next a few years. So I'm very neutral, and I am very encouraged to say there are so many different chains that come up and compete with Ethereum. I think that's the beauty of this industry.
Sichuan.
Okay. Yeah, I would say if you there are two different kinds of people, right? Someone only believe Bitcoin. Someone never believe any cryptos. Someone believes cryptos, but only believes Bitcoin. There's someone also believes cryptos, believes Bitcoin, also believes some kind of altcoins. So if you are someone believes altcoins, I think you put like your asset allocates like equally between Ethereum, Solana, and the BNB. All these are good projects, I think. And it's really hard to say for me which one is better. I think they have different narratives. Right? Ethereum is right now is more regulated, and a very high quality asset is in Ethereum right now. So they have so many serious builders on it, right? And but the only thing is, they are more and more regulated, and they are planning to have put like an ETF of Ethereum, and Solana, I would say, is something new, and a lots of like meme coins, right? Meme coin culture is on Solana. So a lot of like new things happening on Solana. Definitely, it's you can feel like Solana is something new and more kind of feel like much younger energy over there on Solana. And the BNB is mainly affected by very closely related to Binance, and the CZ. So his personal kind of personal effects. His personal image is going to affect this Binance chain, right? So, yeah, I don't have any preferences on the three. If you believe crypto, I think you should hold all of them, like put them equally divided. Yeah.
Okay. And I think we still have a lot of things need to be discussed, but the time limited. So I think that's all the questions related how we can find the next 100 times crypto assets. I hope that will be helpful to all of you guys here today. Thank you for coming, and thank you for all your panelists. Thank you.
Definitely. Yes, of course, change to AMA.
Wow, we just limited 2 questions, okay? So we want to control time.
I don't think anything will be a second Bitcoin. Bitcoin is Bitcoin. Just like there's no other precious metal. I think that's pretty much a question that we have already discussed. We choose one between Ethereum, BNB, and Solana. Which one you prefer, right? Yeah, we just discussed.
There's no second Bitcoin.
Yeah, so every one of us obviously share different opinion, but all of us agree all three of them are very quality assets. Well, we love to see some competition between these assets, but which one is winning? I don't think we're capable of predicting that.
Okay, my question is we just mentioned the Ethereum layer 2, right? But the layer 2, you see all of them come down come down from the top a lot. So it looks like they don't have much feature. Layer 2, the price, right? You look at their price. So yeah.
I guess it's a question for you.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's yeah, it's hard to say because now layer 1 has such a good performance right now. So people are talking less about layer 2, but still a lot of technology on the layer 2 is very innovative, I would say. And we have to find like a lot of a ZK technology on layer 2 is, I feel like it's very, very big. And I hope we can find some kind of new use case of those technologies in layer 2 instead of the current layer 2. Yeah, the current layer 2 is a little bit disappointing because the layer 1 can deal with all the layer 2 issues right now. So.
Okay, thank you so much for the great questions and answers. I really don't want to interrupt you, but welcome to reach out to our panelists, right, privately to have a further conversation. So let's move to our next panel discussion. Number 5, the venture capital in the age of AI and crypto, adapting to new area. First of all, thank you to all the panelists to have this fascinating session, right, on speculation. Now let's focus on venture capital. As AI and crypto technologies continue to disrupt traditional markets, venture capitalists are evolving their strategy to capitalize on these innovations. This panel will explore how VCs are adapting to these changes and the opportunity that lie ahead. Please first welcome our moderator, Branka Chen, entrepreneur, media leader, and innovator. Welcome, Branka Chen. Yeah. Then let's welcome our panelist, the managing partner at SNZ Capital, Kathy Chen. Welcome. Let's welcome Simon Chen, founding partner at Palm Drive Capital. Let's welcome Eileen Yang, the founder at Satoshi Lab and AI 101 Labs. Let's dive into the world of venture capital. Welcome.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. And I'm Bianca Chen. Sorry, I cannot bring the best mom myself today. I lost my voice literally this morning. All of a sudden, it's just like how random the VC world can be sometimes. And luckily, we have a group of excellent panelists who can add more on this. So I probably saved my voice and let them to speak more. And me, I come from the media world, and I have been producing documentaries, reports on AI and blockchain. And personally, on the side, I also invest a little bit. And so my first question, could you guys introduce yourself a little bit more beyond the title and also tell us a little bit more about what kind of company you are investing in, and also tell us a little bit more about the synergy and the differences between AI and the blockchain. How about from you, Keith?
Keith Chen, managing partner of SNZ Capital.
SNC Capital is an Asian-based crypto fund. We started very early stage supporting Ethereum. Back in the days, built the very earliest Ethereum community with Vitalik in China, basically. Later on, we formed this fund in 2018-ish, kind of like with the thesis of connecting to empower, to generally bridging the community and projects. We have been luckily got into crypto a little bit early and invested a lot of good projects such as Ethereum, definitely, Morify, ICO, and Stage, and Definity, Chainlink, and also Cosmos, Consensus, Arbitron. So a lot of top tier projects in very early stage. Then our fund is split basically half focused in US and the European or other countries, and half in natively in Asia, basically. So we're globally distributed. Myself, based in San Francisco area. So if you guys have really good idea, just please fund me. And that's how our brief introduction and history of the fund. Related to AI, definitely I moved from Texas to the Bay Area in after COVID, basically, 2022. I think just like another round of AI narrative and thing. And then I think that area is AI innovation basically came from. So I think in general, this is, we're gonna touch more based on the AI and crypto later on, but just a brief intro. Thank you.
Simon?
Hi. Yeah. Hi. I run a venture capital fund called Palm Drive Capital. I used to be at Insight Partners, and then I started Palm Drive with my Stanford classmate. So doing it for the last 11 years. I have almost 200 investments across 5 continents. Pretty active in the US and Asia. I've also done some investments in Africa and Latin America and Europe as well. I'm also very active in the Middle East. We have around 20 to 30 crypto-related investments. We've done a lot of like Bitmain, Bitdeer, like Matrixport. We've been doing a lot of the AI applications, because historically we've always done a lot of the software applications, a lot of SaaS investments. So recently we've been doing a lot of that, and we've been kind of definitely bridging a lot of some of the crypto and the non-crypto side, and definitely from AI as well, like bridging some of our kind of network in different continents, and especially on the LP side, where we work with a lot of the family offices globally. Yeah, so we have 4 funds. We closed up 4 funds last year. Yeah, so we're active investing mostly seed and Series A investments. Yeah, so that's some background on Palm Drive.
Hello, everyone. This is Elaine. So I'm the venture partner of Waterdeep Capital. We established back to 2017. So nowadays we got a compliance license in Hong Kong, which is number 1, 4, and 9. Compliance license. So in last 2 cycles, we established several sub-funds. So Satoshi Lab is the one Bitcoin focused fund, and the AI 11 Labs is AI focused fund. So nowadays, as we all know, like crypto VC and the traditional VCs are more and more strict sectors. So we will use more strict focused fund to invest in. So last 2 years, we already deployed all the money in the Bitcoin ecosystem. So these 2 later years, I personally, we are more focused on the AI sectors. So AI 11 Labs, which is more focused on the bringing more Web2 AI projects to Web3. So if you guys more want to bring your projects into crypto native AI sectors, so please let me know and DM me, so we can bring more traditional AI to issue the on-chain assets using the crypto native ways. space. So we have our in-house fund and also the secondary fund to accelerate the traditional AI into Web3. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. I heard the word several times, traditional VC, right? So these couple of years, more and more people are talking about traditional VC. So we are moving to some modern VC now. So how is VC evolving in this dynamic and changing AI and crypto world? Well,
Yeah, I think I think the pretty interesting topic. We're talking about tradition, but I actually saw the reverse trend in crypto actually. So when crypto with I don't know how many of you guys still remember or like still had the experience during the ICO stage, right? So there was a saying that traditional VC is dead. So because ICO, you put your own money there, you do on-chain transaction, you read the white paper, then you don't need traditional VC. Why? What the traditional VC will do, right? So all of a sudden, that's back in 2017, 16. In MMA, you had that kind of memory or experience. But when this evolves, right, in 2018, 2019, the downturn and even last cycle, then a lot of traditional VC got in, and now we're still using the two term sheets from YC in crypto. Then previously there wasn't the term sheets thing, right? So you will see that more in crypto is a more kind of a reverse trend. With the saying that traditional VC is dead, then now we come back to like a really heavy VC investment. Kind of VCs are more kind of like a professional, I should say, with all the talents. Maybe you guys sitting here who got into the industry and to be more like legalized, I should say. And we are talking a lot of guys talking about compliance and the regulation. I think all those things kicking back in and make sure that we have a better adoption, especially like institutional adoption, right? As crypto is a small scale of a world, now we're scaling up to $1 trillion probably, or even multiple $1 trillion, or even there's the speaker previously mentioned, we're gonna compare this with Bitcoin, compare with gold, then that size of a market, we definitely gonna embracing regulation, compliance, and more terms to make sure that our benefits being protected. So this is actually we're talking about AI today, but still I think this is more like I shouldn't say like 100% of the clear route, but this route we are kind of like undergoing. But I do think there's a small portion of crypto people are still practicing like decentralized investment, or like still like a crowdfunding probably is a better word. Yeah, that's what my opinion.
Sounds a lot of rebalancing is going on here. Simon.
Yeah. So I do remember the early like ICO days. So that I participated in the 2018, 2019 and the early ICOs. So it's a new way to raise capital. But I guess like running like a more traditional VC fund, I think strong founders do like value strategic capital. So like with like partnerships, like distribution, like global scaling. So I think there's still a role for traditional VCs. We also kind of when we back some crypto projects like tokens, equity funds as well. I think we talked to all these crypto projects, they value like some of these top funds on the cap table. So that's where we try to add value. We invest ourselves, but we also could bring in some of the late stage capital coming from some of the larger funds like Insight Partners and working with some of the funds like Paradigm. So I think despite the more decentralized ways of funding, I think they'll both exist. But yeah, I think some of the funds can very value add to some of these early stage crypto projects.
Yeah, so from my point of view, for example, A16Z, Sequoia, this kind of a very big, large US dollar fund, before back to very early stage, they only invest into very like pure AI or like hard sectors. But with these years, when crypto assets become more legit and the US, even the US, these big countries are accepting the Bitcoin ETF, and they are jumping to more the like mass adoption. So nowadays, I have seen the scenario that more US dollar funds, they are accepting they will separate their fund into different sector, which is traditional, like pure AI, and also, for example, the crypto AI. Not only because of the more and more faster X way, because as we all know that crypto project nowadays, they are exiting X speed is more takes like 2 or 4 years. You can go to the CX, but for the traditional projects, maybe they have to take like 6 to 7 years to even to the US stock market IPO. So nowadays, as the like traditional capital, they kind of accepting more like deploy more capital on the Web3 sector. So I've seen this is the first scenario, and secondary is that traditional capital, they are nowadays they try to accept the token plus the equity deal. For example, before they only invest in the equity. Nowadays, they can accept the projects. They not only invest in the equity, but also they can accept for the token warrant. So so in this way, they can get an incentive not only for the Web2 but also the Web3. If this project decided to issue their assets on the CEX, so that's it. And the third is that we have seen like the more hybrid way. For example, now before traditional VCs, they are kind of more in the compliant way, but nowadays some traditional VC can transfer to the like venture DAO or the venture studio, so they can use their fund to accelerate with different stage of the projects, not only the early stage, so they can start from very like YC model, but also they can try to exit in a secondary market, which is the sell their equity or sell their token allocation to the other like third party VCs. So that can be easier for them to exit. So I've seen these different scenarios from traditional VCs to Web3 VCs. Thank you.
The time thing, and also the way of access is all different. And after talking about the model, I want to talk about the tool. So now every industry is using AI heavily, including my industry, like in media world, everyone is talking about AI. So I guess in VC world, like I know people in hedge fund, they are using AI to help them to select stocks, to finding opportunities. So I'm wondering for VC investors, like, do you guys adopting AI tool to help you guys to increasing the return and the finding better targets? Maybe this time from Ling.
Yeah, so I'm personally a very AI products like lover. So this kind of AI agent used a lot in my life. So I can make some example in my workflow. First is before when we do the more due diligence, when we check the deal, right? So before we have to do a lot of paper dirty work, but now using the AI agent, I can put in this material to the AI agents, and it can output more the data room of this projects like a basic information. So it's really save my time. And the second workflow is to using my AI agent to help me to reply with so many their inquiry about the capital investment, because our work information every day have received so many projects want to ask for about whether their pitch deck can be invested or not. So using this kind of AI agent, I really can help me reply with these emails very quickly. And thirdly is about we can monitor our portfolios performance. For example, we use several AI tools, which is the data machine learning, to help track our portfolios, like their market sentiment, and also their benchmark with their competitors. So that's very useful. Before we have to let our interns or analysts to track by hand. So I think within the AI generation, we really kind of save our time and effectively. And thirdly is that for our deal sourcing. So before when we deal source more projects, we have to follow their Twitter. So nowadays we use different AI agent functions. We can follow which projects nowadays they are growing the traction very quickly. So this is also very easy for us to get good deals. So I think these three scenarios also very useful for our VCs. Thank you.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, so we do invest a lot in origination, so deal sourcing. Yeah, I guess we actively are in touch with many companies around the world. So we have tools to track that. Even before AI, we have a lot of tools like databases. We have some tools to analyze some of the companies, which companies are growing really fast. We built some of them in-house. And now with the AI era, we do have adapted some of the AI tools as well to help us cover more startups and also help us filter down more of the startups before we talk to them. And also there's some of the AI tools are getting better as well in this area. For example, we invest in a company called Key, Keye. So they do a lot of diligence for private equity firms. So they could analyze the data room and they could generate a lot of analysis. Before there were a lot of tools like this that didn't really work, or people wouldn't pay for it or continue to pay for it. But now the tools are getting really pretty good. So people are willing to pay for it. So we see more and more of these the AI sourcing and diligence tools. So yeah, so we've been adapting more both in-house and also the third-party tools into our deal sourcing and diligence and portfolio support process.
Yeah, I think they touched a lot on several investment stages, and also I think in the overview in the fund management wise is you raising capital, you deploying capital, you just like a post-investment management, and you do exit. Each kind of a phase, you have a lot of tools actually to be used, right? And especially in the AI era, we have a lot of things can improve our efficiency, I should say. What we actually have I think utilized is during the I think most of you guys may already using it, the deep research functionality of different platforms, right? Just like a quick how many of you guys just use the deep research in your work or in your job? Just please raise your hand. Yeah, I think yeah, that's the I think the tool I'm really impressed is generally you have like a analyst with 140 IQs or something, right? Then can rate your report in maybe 20 minutes or something when you threw a bunch of just one question for the AI to do. I think that's the really impressed us, and also the MCP stuff, right? Currently using we can use AI agent or AI model to access different using different tools than to do your own job. That's like collecting the news and some stuff, and your daily. For example, you have a lot of resource of news you have to go through every morning. But actually, you use your agent tool, MCP tool. You can just scrape the internet and get all of the information, give you a nice report. Maybe you just spend previously I spent like 2 hours to screw all the news in every morning, but now I probably use 30 minutes to look into my document generated by AI. That's a huge improvement, I think, in my daily job. Those are the things I think is really interesting. And one important tool, maybe is still alpha here, is I think most of you guys also met this problem in your job. Is I have a term sheets, I have received the DAX. I need AI to analyze it, but I'm hesitant to do that because the privacy issue. I threw this because I signed this NDA with my portfolio company. I cannot upload this thing to AI because possibly leaking his idea, right? So, and also the term sheets, you are not comfortable upload this to, OpenAI or ChatGPT. Hey, give me a summary of this, because this, if you're doing that, it's now no limit on that, but it's kind of, if you're doing ethically, you are not supposed to do that. If there's any kind of thing, I do know there's you can configure this kind of like a server locally in your computer, then that will work. But still, if there's a perfect solution for this, I think it's alpha as well. So. Yeah.
I totally agree. It's so efficient, but also a lot of privacy and data issue are related. And I think because AI is growing so fast, so probably in another 1 or 2 years, we are still going to talk about this. Ellie, do you want to add something? Feels like you have.
Yeah, I agree with previous speakers, but I also want to add one scenario, which is I also want to do one research. Anyone trade a meme coin here? Meme coin, yeah, I have seen several. Most of the meme coins they die, but I personally invested one AI deep learning on-chain meme coin trading project. So they are using the algorithm to try to attract the early stage meme coin, which is their market cap like below 50K example. So once they reach the market cap they buy it from low, and when the algorithm reach their other like sentiment, so they will like instantly sell by the AI agent. So I mean, in the future, crypto AI using this kind of deep learning and AI algorithm will be more and more like useful, because people don't want, if you're using by hand for trading, of course you will always like the gaining profits will lose, because we have to believe in the AI in the future, because we have to sometimes the psychological, you always people's always afraid of lose. So I think this kind of AI algorithm with deep learning to trading automatically will be popular in the future. That's what I want to add. Thank you.
Very interesting. And also I want to curious a little bit about the challenge, how to evaluate the project. Like I have been covering AI and crypto at least for over 10 years. When I was still in Reuters, Thomson Reuters as a journalist. And it's never boring, like every day is a different day. So I'm just curious about now with like the policy is changing every day, technology is going so fast. What are the challenges or the difficulties are you guys are facing now in terms of evaluating project and investing as well? Maybe from you this time.
Yeah, I think investments as VC, because there are different types of VC, right? Or we generalize it as a VC in general, but and also there's early VCs usually focusing on very early stage, and there's later like a private equity kind of like funds as well. But in general, I think it's not surprisingly different from other sectors. I should say I treat crypto as a or AI as a kind of sector compared to the other sectors, right? Or health or other stuff. I think for early stage, kind of like a challenge always is how do you actually evaluate people, the founder? But definitely in AI phase, I should say there's one man team. You can do a big job, right? With the help of AI, and then the challenge for the founders always will be the integrity of this person, and definitely then how he operates as leadership. It's easy to say, but there's no quantifiable stuff for you to refer to. And for more practices, then you will see in very early stage the quality of the team or the leader in this team is maybe accounts to me more than 60% of the success of a later project. Then how to evaluate these founders? Probably he's not only like a leader, but also a HR and early stage and like a marketing director person as this founder. So that's all like gonna put into on the shoulder of this founder. And the other thing you will think is how much I can compensate as a fund, early stage VC fund. If this founder has a clear shortage on, for example, marketing. So how could we help? I think that will also give us a challenge as a VC founder. How could I contribute myself or my team into this project? This is one way, and the second point is also the business model in AI. I just had a conversation with Raymond and other people before the conversation, and for in the past we can't think when AGI or like ChatGPT started in 2022, end of 2022, we're thinking, oh, this is a new era, and we're gonna have a lot of opportunities. We're gonna fire in and gonna do investment, right? So that's a lot of those things happened back in 2 years, but we are really cautious because if you look in the past, what's the kind of a business model for current AI projects or for startups? It's really hard to say. Even only if you have a very new, innovative market fit compared to the old markets. But a lot of companies actually gaining momentum is they utilizing AI as a tool. For example, Microsoft and Meta or some of the companies actually they heavily utilizing the AI tool to enhance their performance, product performance, with more adoption, with more stickiness of the users. But for new platforms, there are several, but for VC's point of view, is really competitive for us to get in those rounds and to spot those those projects opportunities in very early stage. That's the second one. Then third one will be how to catch up with the industry. Like I said, I spent 2 hours every day to look into the new stuff and stuff. But it's really hard for me in personal to just like catch up with all the everyday technology updates or the business opportunities. You have to filter out so much noises every day and to actually to nail down your project, your investment opportunities. I think that's the 3 challenges for me so far.
Well said. Simon?
Yeah. Definitely like exit is definitely a challenge, like Elaine was talking about earlier. In traditional VC, it takes a long time companies exit. I mean, we had 2 IPOs last year. This year we have a couple in a pipeline, but there's a volatility in the market, so it's hard to say. Even the ICOs, I mean, we had some ICOs as well, but ICOs are getting a lot harder because the bar is a lot higher to list on the crypto exchanges. So it makes sense to invest with some exchange-related investors. So there's a more high probability of listing. But I mean, we're very active selling secondary shares. So I mean, we turn like 100 million of cash to investors. I think that's the key to like exit, because if you wait for IPO, it just takes forever, and then we have some M&A exits as well, but also unpredictable. So we just have to be very active, like in the more like kind of traditional VC side, you have to be very active in selling to like late stage funds, secondary funds, like Asia and Middle Eastern family offices. So we definitely spend a lot of time doing that. And also, I guess another challenge is like, I think, I guess like doing some traditional VC versus more kind of like sector-driven investment approaches. So we have been doing some managed accounts with some of our existing LPs to go deeper into sectors and also put more capital to work. Yeah, because I mean, we like the general VC approach because we could adapt to like trends. But to get to scale, yeah, I think some of the more managed account sector-driven approaches would also be attractive for a lot of LPs. So for example, we closed our last fund, fourth fund last year, right? We're open, fifth fund's not open. So in the meantime, we could do some like managed accounts. So those are two challenges that we see.
Yeah, so for our crypto VC, I think the challenges is first in the pure AI circle, we call it most of VC want to find the founders who is more AI native. In the crypto world, we are more investing in crypto native founders. So that's the gap between like the Web2 VC, between the Web3 VC. So when I reach out to the Web2 founders, so most of them didn't know much about how to play in the crypto native way. So, but I think this is also another strength for our crypto VC. So nowadays I was more combined with these more Web2 founders with into more Web3 ways. So there's also education because nowadays I believe there's still the opportunity between Web2 with the Web3 because for the Web2 AI, nowadays I've seen there's still 1 or 2 years gap between the Web3 AI. So most of the Web3 crypto AI projects, they are nowadays follow the pace of the Web2. For example, MCP, like vibe coding, this kind of concept already very popular during the Web2. But Web3 is still very early stage. They didn't have much mass adoption application. So for me as a crypto VC, I find the challenge is that we have to find the real mass adoption crypto AI projects. Otherwise, it will be so much of scam because that's how Web2 developers, they said, oh, they hate to step into the Web3 because they think most of the Web3 AI is scam. So I believe there's still 1 or 2 years gap. So I think these challenges have to be removed because of our like a crypto native VC. And the third is we're facing the challenge that also in the AI world, there's a saying that attention is all you need. So during the Web2 AI, I'm following all the daily AI news. There's really growing very fast. For example, LLM, this kind of very hard tech projects for our crypto VC fund, I think it's not our opportunity to invest because this kind of a period of projects, the already valuation is super high. So for me, I would choose to more tap into like a consuming AI application, which is very user product driven or like user driven. So they will try to get more AI native. So but they will have to be more user friendly. So I will bring them to the Web3 world and try to make the Web3 users to get used to this kind of AI project. So that's also the challenge I'm facing because nowadays most of the crypto AI, for example, we have seen that they use the natural language to trade on the Twitter. For example, you can using the natural language to monitor the AI crypto AI agent. For example, buy like $1,000 like the Dogecoin for me in the Twitter at this AI agent, like a Web3 AI agent. So they can instantly using the smart contract to help me buy. So this kind of scenario, I think nowadays still very advanced in crypto AI, but for Web2, it's really common. So I mean, for this kind of challenge for me, I have to learn fast because Web2 AI is still growing very fast. But for the Web3 AI, most of the people are just hyping about the trading. But once they realize that when AI combined with the Web3, they can have a lot of like factors and interesting stuff will coming out. So I'm looking forward to the mass adoption of crypto AI project. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And also you answered my question, like how to connect AI and the Web3 world together. And due to the time, we may not be able to be on this point, but if you have any question, maybe this is last chance you can ask okay, there's one question.
The project, they have the demo and they have the. So my question is, at DC, would you like to more projects in the product who can transfer the Web2 users to Web3? What do you think?
I think more and more, I don't want to like differentiate Web 2 and Web 3 users. And this is kind of like a users, right? So I should say you need to have some fundamentals. I knew like in universities, I partnership with Stanford and a lot of other universities as well. So in the incubation and stuff, but I think the very standard criteria is like what are the problem you're solving, and how you solve it, and what kind of value you can bring on the table. And I think this is in general in VC, in early stage we were looking into. There's no like very specific thing Web 2, Web 3, like you transfer in specifically for that category, but maybe, I just, from my point, like angle, but maybe people will have a specific thesis on that. If you can bring Web 2 users to Web 3, like previously we had this kind of like similar thesis as gaming and all kinds of other stuff, right? But gaming is not up there. Only last cycle, X Infinity, some of the game companies made it very temporary. But I do still believe there will be games, actually hit the market. But in general, I think this is a very specific area. But in general, I think the view is previously I mentioned.
Yeah, so I also want to add it from, I can understand your question is like how this kind of AI demos can bring Web2 to Web3. So I incubated several AI products. If they want to go to market to Web3, there are several ways. For example, first, Twitter, as we all know as the X, is nowadays using as the most important social media to bring more Web2 users to Web3, because most of the crypto users, they are searching the daily alpha in the X. So if you want to go to market, so you have to put more emphasis on the X, like a user growth strategy. So for example, using the airdrop, because everyone no matter what Web 2 or Web 3, everyone like airdrop, everyone like incentives, right? So if you're using this kind of incentives to give to the users, I think not only Web 2, also Web 3 users, they were easily to try your demo. And what else is using this kind of a social hyper growth? For example, before we've seen several like MBTI testing using the AI agent to share with different KOLs. So once some KOLs began to share with their MBTI type and using this kind of a referral link. So this kind of a way is very easily to pitch to other, like share with other users. So I think this is also another way using the KOL's reputation on the social media. And third is, of course, I think for the Web3 users, they like more kind of testing that, or for example, they like the demo when you do like a 101 101 testing, so they can, once they join the testing net, or if they jump into the demo, they can get an incentive. So this way, you can also reach out to this kind of Web3 user. I hope this help you. Thank you.
Yeah, so we have a more larger Web2 footprint. So I guess we've been helping some of the Web3 companies expand kind of beyond, like there's some of the crypto users, and go into Web2, and also to some of our it connects with some of our LPs as well. So we've been doing a lot of that. Yeah, for example, like there's some like a fintech kind of platform, and then they have a lot of miners on the platform. So we've been helping them connect with the family offices and sovereign wealth funds. So that's where we could add a lot of value.
Okay, last question. Okay, Becky.
Thank you for sharing. Question on different angles. So you're talking about investment on the capital allocation to the EC funds. What kind of trends you see? There's so much uncertainty with private investment, right? Liquidity and liquidity spectrum thing. What kind of you see as capital coming into the space? Is it crowded? Is it early stage? Anything you can comment? Thanks.
Rephrase the question a little bit.
I guess it's more from capital coming to the space. Like what type of people invest?
I think there's a lot of institutional capital coming into the crypto space, right? More and more with the ETFs and some of the regulatory clarity as well. So I think that will definitely drive the prices up a lot more. And then you see more mainstream adoption. That's what I was talking earlier about, getting kind of crypto into more Web2, or getting into more mainstream adoption. So we go beyond the crypto users. So we see more of that, both on the individual level, and as some of the tools are getting easier and easier to use. And then, yeah, and also on the institutional side, where a lot of the large pools and sovereign wealth funds are coming in.
Yeah, I also agree with Simons, because nowadays this is the cycle for institutions and investors' chance. Because nowadays we have seen like Bitcoin is like ETF inflows every day. So most of the, for example, the Abu Dhabi and also US institution hedge fund, they are bringing more Web2 PE fund to deploy the money on the Bitcoin to make the Bitcoin, because Bitcoin assets nowadays you can compare with the gold, right? So gold's price is getting higher and higher. So Bitcoin in the future also will so the valuation we compare with this digital gold with the real gold. So the valuation will be higher and higher. So we estimated the Bitcoin's price will reach to 500K. So this is our estimated price. So even the Michael Saylor estimated that the Bitcoin's price maybe will reach to 1 million USD, right? So still have the chance for the PE fund to deploy the money on this crypto assets, because this is real large market caps assets. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Thanks every one of you, and thank you.
Thanks to all of our panelists. And our final panel today is the AI agents and meme coins, the new market makers. It's a fascinating topic that explores how AI and meme coins are changing the market dynamics. So please welcome our panelists and moderator. First of all, please welcome Justin Z, co-founder at BBS NYC, founder of iAxo Crypto and XMeta. What? Oh, I don't have it. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, no problem. Okay. Yeah, let's welcome the most updated list, the Stephen Huang, founder and CEO of Ape AI. And please welcome Professor Chen Xi and at NYU Stern School of Business. Let's welcome Joanna Zeng, the founder and CEO of Sun Network. And let's welcome Wei Yiying, CIO and Protocol Trust Bank. The last, let's welcome Bai Wei Huang, assistant professor at UC San Diego, co-founder and CTO of ABAI. Thank you.
I'm the only one here. I'll do this by myself.
Okay, everyone, let's get started. All right. And it's the final panel, so I appreciate everyone still being here and listen to every insightful panelist speaking about a very exciting topic. So today we will talk about the AI agents and meme coins and the new market makers. So it's a very exciting topic because it's basically a crossover of the two big domains. One is the AI, right, across the social science. So it's very interesting. And let's get started with some brief intro, okay? Okay, I'm Steven. I'm a 2X founder and ex-US CTO of Ember Group, and also with Meta, Snapchat at principal and director level before. And this time I co-founded Able with my co-founder Biwei together as a CEO and co-founder. And Xi?
Yeah, I'm Xi Chen. I'm a full-time professor at New York University Stern School of Business. I'm working on AI for quant trading, the blockchain, and also I co-write a book with Mr. Huang sitting here on like Web3, now become a pretty widely adopted MBA level textbook in Web3.
Hi, my name is Joanna. I'm the co-founder, CEO of Soon. So we're a infra project, basically putting a Solana virtual machine with Solana execution on top of any base layer. So starting with Ethereum L1 and Binance Smart Chain and Base, those three have been launched as mainnet that's live since beginning of the year. So we co-research, like why we were talking about AI here is because we co-research with Eigen layer, that's our DA layer, a data availability layer, about purposely build infra stack for a scalable AI. We'll talk a little bit more about that.
Hi, I'm Wei.
Nice.
Hello, everybody. So this is Biwei. I'm an assistant professor at UC San Diego. I'm working on machine learning and AI. And at the same time, I'm also a co-founder and CTO at Able. And at Able, we aim to bring open, fair, and factual intelligence to Web3 and AGI. Yeah, thank you.
Cool, thanks everyone, and especially thanks for Wei. Yeah, so my first question to you is, all right. So right now you have seen a lot of AI bots, trading bots over there, right, in the markets. And also there are a lot of market making stuff, not only from human traders, also from the trading bots. So how do you guys envision the AI trading bots cross over the meme coin market making stuff? How you envision the trends, how you envision the future looks like?
So you want me to answer that?
Yes, for sure.
Okay. So let me qualify first that I know fuck all about memes. I don't actually pay attention to them. They're noise to me. I'm an old man who is totally in a different world. I come from institutional banking. I am CIO of a bank, and that is Chief Information Officer, not Chief Investment Officer. All right. So having said that, I think that the biggest problem for AI agents is that there is absolutely no governance and no controls that are appropriate today. The regulations have not caught up. And the standards that are coming are going to have a massive impact that people don't understand yet, either on the individual side or the institutional side. And we can get into all of that if you want to.
I think this is already getting interesting because I'm going to take the other end of the argument and debate that in this environment, right? Because we have the AI use case, right? Like blockchain is really made for AI use, right? Like people are talking about mainstream adoption for the blockchain for years. And I think that's great and all, but we actually all miss the point. Like we're not onboarding more humans, we're gonna onboard more AI agents because that's going to be the #1 user of blockchain. My personal prediction is gonna be 30% of the overall blockchain activities will happen by using, like AI agents. So I don't see this as a pessimistic, vision, right? It's actually a very interesting future that we're working towards, right? This agentic future. And because the various natures of blockchain, like permissionless execution, immutable, transactions, and just the overall like sovereignty, right? All the innate nature of blockchain is really made for AI's use. We're seeing all these rise of like mimetic, what would you call it? Like a market maker, right? Like it's happening already on chain. Like we're personally already working on this new product it's called Sim for Fun. It's basically a copy trading platform, right? Using right now it's just a manual product, right? That you still have to click, like even though it's just one click deployment, but you still have to execute that, right? To access your private key, right? To access your wallet, tracking the smart money that's happening on Drift, which is by the way, for any DGen in the audience, is a primary trading platform on Solana. So that is to say that the next phase, we are thinking about using AI to basically starting this whole future of like, you don't even need to care about what's going on in the market, right? In the crypto market, by the way, it has been up a lot. If you're not making money in this market, something wrong with you, right? So you don't even need to follow the market. It just, use this AI agent proxy to do this one-click deployment of copy trading on the sophisticated trader in this space.
Start a debate or start an argument here? So one of the biggest challenges for AI in general, and one of the things that most of the research from either Anthropic or any of the other agencies that have actually done research, there are two massive trends that are happening. One is that you are seeing that the number of API calls you have moved from 50% of all API calls being in data to now less than 20% of API calls are data. Meanwhile, you've actually seen in the last 2.5 years, the sheer number of calls has actually more than doubled. So what is actually happening is we are making more and more process calls. Here's the problem. The problem is, and someone from one of the earlier panels this morning was talking about identity and access management for the agents, right? This is actually one of the biggest problems because there is currently, regardless if it's OWASP or NIST or any of the other organizations, there is not a proper IAM system. It doesn't matter if it's using zero proof or ZKIM or anything like that. There is nothing that is actually able to do the dynamic ABAC level control that is necessary. And then when you factor in things like the fact that all of these LLMs have sleeper agent capabilities, all of them have alignment faking capabilities, and the ability for all of these systems to actually pretend to be compliant, pretend to be somebody else, that's a massive problem. So when you have agents doing trades and doing transactions between each other, and you have absolutely no idea if they are actually themselves or fakes, you're in trouble. So this is a massive headache in the industry. Most of us that are actually involved with NIST, FIPS, or OWASP, or any of these organizations, we spend a lot of time trying to figure this out for the integrity and protection of the entire systemic industry as a whole. And I'm not bashing your company. I think it has sounded great. But the issue is that we need to put in the controls and the guardrails.
100%.
And we don't have to argue. Panel over drinks.
I can talk a little bit about my perspective on this. So first of all, let me talk about why meme coin. I've been in this space for quite a few years. Actually, like in 2020, the NFT was extremely popular. But the problem that NFT doesn't have enough liquidity, so that you have to sell a whole, picture of, like, for example, Bored Ape. Then you think about this, you put on the auction, it usually takes like 2 days. And you really, the price is, like a unit. So maybe it costs you, like that time it's maybe 100 Ether for like one Bored Ape. And people think, what can we make NFT more liquidity? So I think the meme coin actually addressed the problem of increasing the NFT's liquidity because you can sell just like a coin. And it's really like booming the market of what we call attention economy nowadays, because you think the meme coin, they have no value, like intrinsic value inside it. But what the value is, why is a meme coin a really high price and what are the low price? Because of attention. Some meme coin attracts a lot of attention, so the price can go very high. So this is really the attention economy, no matter you like it or not, I think it's there. Even in the Web2 world, what attracts the most attention gets a lot of like in traffic, and in traffic means advertisement, means money. On the other side, in the transaction, like I just share one example. Actually, a few of my students, they just build like a platform. It's called 0x meme.fun, whatever. It's just no advertisement. They just build a website, few students, very junior students, and suddenly it just attract, like nearly like thousands of users without any like fundraising, without any like advertisement, because they don't even know how to do that. No even Twitter account. So this really, and what thing they did is that they put some AI agent to help people trading. So they say, okay, we can detect the Discord, channels, we can detect traders, we get some very simple, trading policy. For example, you buy at certain momentum. It's a very, very naive CTA type of strategy. If anyone doing commodity or like stock trading, it's only like a basic version of CTA. But the problem is it works so well, maybe people love it. Like, some users saying like last year they make 5 times of earning based on that. So why? It's really because it's a new market. And this is a market that I think, after I doing like quant research for many years of doing, kind of strategy, you can look at some of my papers on my homepage. But this is a particularly ideal for AI agent trading because the market is so, volatile. Like, the hot things, the eyeball, like the tension changes every second. And trading happens like 24/7. You really need, like AI to help you monitor the markets and make the trading. That is even, I don't think, even the human beings are really capable of trading meme coin as compared to AI. But on the other side, like I feel like it's a different story. Like KYC is KYC, but you use AI trading, it's pretty much like, you design whatever trading algorithm for trading stock. We should be very cautious on KYC. That is definitely very important. But on the other side, I think, meme coin trading bring us a new market for traditional quant research and many new problems exposes to quant research that you haven't seen before, like in equity or commodity trading. This is my perspective.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let me add my thought very briefly. So, yeah, in my view, so both challenges and opportunities exist, right? As mentioned by Wei, Joanna, and Xi. So for the opportunity side, obviously we see a lot, right? With those AI models, AI bots, right? It helps us a lot, even like in like even data analysis to have and give us a better understanding of the market and so on and so forth, and make everyday life easier. And of course, like for the challenge side, it's always exists. And we know even like current AI models, even like traditional, even like foundation models, those large language models, those video language models, and so on, as they currently still totally rely on our human data for training. And we know our human data may contain bias, right? And our human also have our own limitations. So it might be the case the trained models may like still have contain those bias and may not like align with our human values. So, and it's essential when we see see those opportunities, we should also keep an eye on those challenging parts, as we said, right? So one thing we can do is that we should improve current AI approaches, right? So from the technical side, so we know current AI models are trained based on pattern matching, based on correlation, right? But correlation are not causality. So they may not truly understand our world, our human world. So we need to improve the current AI models to make it really understand the world knowledge, understand the deep insights behind the data, and understand the cause and effect relationships. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, please.
So aside from the bias, and one of the most fundamental areas of bias is actually bad actors. As an example, I went to the Wikidata forum and I showed them how I can actually poison all of their data very, very quickly and with just 2 mobile phones. The problem that you have is most of the training that is done today is actually based on data that not only has bias in a traditional sense of the word, but is now being actively and aggressively attacked by APTs as a form of malicious control and bad actor activity that they can actually do something against our foundational models. And one of the problems, and I'm not your company, obviously, but the challenge as we move into the agentic is, at the moment, most of agentic is just brute force. It's just a bunch of silly things. The challenge is when we get to the next level of what we want to have as intelligence inside of these agentic systems, if the intelligence is coming as a result of data that is poisoned, you have the ability to manipulate markets, manipulate industries, and as well, you could actually hurt or use it to sabotage things like from power plants to water supplies. There are a lot of big problems. Just an FYI.
All right, great. I think we touched a lot of, topic. It's a very good debate over there. I think, we have talked about AI boundary, AI governance, transparency, and new market efficiency, a lot of things. So let's try to decouple those things and talk one by one if you have enough time, okay? I want to ask this great professor over there. Okay, the first one, let's talk about the agentic AI boundaries, right? So AI maybe give you a lot of capabilities and capacities of doing things on-chain, off-chain, use an autonomous way. And out of my curiosity, so how do you envision, so current LLMs or AGI, we call it AGI, double quotes, yeah, can bring us to the agentic economy or agentic behavior with full autonomous. So how do you define and envision where we can do, how we can do with this current AI, move the needle in the forward, and what we still need AI to proceed? So what's the current disadvantage or missing piece in current, especially agentic AI, your envision to bring us to a new economic world?
Okay, that's a great question. So I mean, what's the disadvantage, limitations of current AI, right? So yeah, I have been working in AI for more than 10 years now. Yeah, and my research area is in causality, in causal AI. So instead of like traditional AI, well, actually for traditional AI, we make use of correlation, make use of pattern matching to do forecasting, to do decision making and so on. But we know that correlation doesn't imply causation. So the correlations in the data may not mean cause and effect relationships. So for me, I think one of the big steps that we need to do is to go beyond correlation. But we need to have a better understanding of the deep insights behind the data. by understanding the cause and effect relationships and by understanding the word model behind our human. Yeah.
Okay, and she, as another professor, how do you envision current AI can help the agentic economy over there, and what's the missing piece?
Yeah, I think the agentic AI is still at a very early stage. For example, think about this memory. Usually it should have a very good memory of understanding you, personalization. It should be a reflection what he did, right or wrong. It should have the extensive function calling, external function calling, but all the pieces are still not there yet. So I think we are only at a very baby or even kind of a fetus stage of like a agentic AI. So we are still at the very early on, but you can imagine with all the powerfulness, like you can, for example, as Professor Huang Tao did, you can do like maybe the field experiment, you can do like very complicated causal studies by very complicated simulation from all the agentic AI. But eventually, I would say, for example, from trading perspective, the agentic AI can make your trading much more efficient. It can make, to detect some opportunity that you will not be able to detect before, for example, in the meme coin. But unfortunately, it cannot, correct your behavior. 99% of the traders die because of their extremely greedy. And using AI probably will not solve this problem and can even amplify this problem because you can, using AI, either give a higher leverage in like your trading and in your like meme coin. So I think, eventually AI is a great tool. It can make our life efficient, but it really cannot change human beings' behavior. Problems are still there, and it can be even not getting, some problems cannot even getting better, but can be even exaggerated because of like AI.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, hold on. I want, these two professors talk about a lot of AI stuff. Then let's get back to business side, okay? So AI transparency, causal AI, and also, AI effectiveness. However, Professor Chen gave a lot, very good insight over there. Professor Chen claimed that the agentic AI in economy systems cannot change the human behavior or overall change the market behavior. But however, as long as we see a lot of trading bots or agents, right, they behave maybe autonomously in a more decentralized societal way. And as the growth curve might be exponential, right? It's not linear. Yeah, everyone thinks about the proceeding of the AI is linear, but the human really love to underestimate the future growth and overestimate the current trends, right? So given the exponential growth over there, so I want to ask these two entrepreneurs here, how you envision the agentic AI would or won't change the market dynamics or change the consensus behind the market, especially the AI is trading or control the markets, or the humans still trading and control the markets, sentiments or trendings over there. How do you see this?
Yeah. So first just to clarify, I feel like the one thing that I want to make sure that I got the points across is definitely there's our limitations to the AI. The current development is still in the infancy, right? I think everything I agree with all the panelists here. My point is really just, I think the AI agent use case is very much a rare case where I can actually argue that the Web3 world can do a better job than Web2. And the main reason is because we can do all of that, like the AI agent can inject data, execute the data, reach consensus, all of that, right, in less than a second, right? Like in our tech stack, we have a 50 milliseconds block time, right? So very fast finality. And we do this with our decoupled SVM approach. In very short words, basically just to decouple the execution layer of Solana from the consensus layer. And because we were able to do that, right, it can do all of that without the central choke point, which usually is what like the Web2 company serves at, right? In the OpenAI situation would be like Sam Altman, right? Or like you get my point. So I think the main thing to take away here is I'm really excited about this, this current situation where people are trying to use AI agent for many different use cases. Right now we're seeing this in like meme trading or other asset, right, trading. We call it DeFi, what is it? DEFAI. I don't even know how to say that word, but DeFi situation. But there's also other like scenarios where I see really interesting developers already building this on top of Soon Chain, like entertainment, right? Like you can call it like an AI girlfriend, right? You can call it an AI companion, right? That can basically just doesn't have to sleep every, every day. It just is always there for you, right? For any kind of advice. And I think that's the kind of like future that's really, really interesting to me, that we're coming up with all these real use cases that, lives in this permissionless distributed system, and can actually, like, we have the technology today in Web3 to host that, right? So not only, again, think of this as like a native AI ecosystem where the AI agents are actually being hosted on chain, as opposed to reporting to some central system, right, that controls it. That's my point. Go ahead.
So I will, just for fun, I'm going to take the opposite side. One, I'm a big fan of watching partners sleep. It's a very nice thing, but that's a separate question. The big worries and threats that I see about what we're talking about, one, obviously, is that what you are actually causing with agentic or any kind of AI-supported trading is that you're also creating machines that, by nature of their programming, and because they start from being inference models and not causal, you end up with a situation where you have massive herd mentality on the event. And that means the amplitude and the dissonance that is possible is going to be so overinflated that you can get people, human beings that are going to try and trade this are going to get whipsawed to death, and they will get hurt badly. So forgetting about suicides or anything else, that's a major problem for people that have 401s or think that they're going to get into this. The second problem is that if you look at the fundamental structure of most of the agent trading that is today, and I spend my life trying to actually regulate and control stuff, so I'm from the opposite side, right? I'm one of the dinosaurs. The challenge is that you have currently 38% of all of the trading activity in meme. It's one of the few statistics I know. I don't know anything else about meme. But 38% are actually scams, right? And then within the ones that are not scams, you've got more than 11 or 12% that are money laundering and used for financing terrorism. So this is a major issue that we have to, as an industry, we have to really think through what are the guardrails, what are the controls that we are putting in, because at the moment there are none. Regulations are always behind everything. So this, yeah, it's a burden that we can toss at governments, but the fundamental issue is still that these systems need to have controls and guardrails. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of people, society, and systemic structures going to be hurt, right? And then the third one is that, okay, forget the third one. I won't say it. We're being recorded.
All right. Again, governance, business. Let's go back to academic, okay? Regarding the way you were saying, right? So I just wonder first, the first question to Professor Chen, do you think the better market economy or better tokenomic design or mechanical design can help govern the wild market growth or ungoverned behavior over there? Can it better help the governance by human control? And my second question to Dr. Huang, Professor Huang here is better transparency and control over AI can help alleviate what way you said, and can bootstrap the oil economy again. Yeah. Then Chen, you got first.
Just quickly answer the question. I think definitely we need like a control fee. The tokenomics that's very critical, because if you take the like 10 years ago, people doing this crypto, for example, they release a token, they do not even have a time of launch, so they can probably when they go into like the coins on OKX or on like Bitcoin or on Binance, they just sell the coin, and this just become a scam, right? So it's pretty much the founding team just got super rich one day, and they all gone, and the project just you see it's like tons of times in the crypto world. So that's probably the reason crypto was. And later on nowadays, because of like the regulation and also tokenomics become more mature, we say, okay, for example, the founders need like 4 years to unlock their token. But still, eventually, I think this is not only by regulation, by tokenomics, you still need to regulate the people, because it's the people behind them doing this kind of unlock. They can have hundreds of ways, to bypass it, doing, for example, they pretend they are hacked, but you see the money from like one wallet to another, it's still this founder's wallet. All these kind of things, so you really need to regulate the people. And I believe, kind of AI could be a very useful tool for the regulation. Like we have like the last, like last generation, we have like chain analysis, all these tools to monitor, on-chain transactions, the address, the wallet behavior. But I think the efficiency can be greatly boosted with all AI, and I indeed think AI can make the crypto world more secure, more transparent, and build more trust among like the common people and among the public.
Okay, thank you for Professor Chen's thoughts. So yeah, let me also briefly say something about my thoughts. So overall, I think I hold a very optimistic attitude towards the recent development in AI models, in AI agents, and even in meme coins. Although we know, right, there are still a lot of regulatory problems, as mentioned by Wenyi. But I think, right, it's always like the so we need to solve these issues during the development, but not like because of those issues, we just stop to have like larger development. So for me, as a technical person, I would like to say it's very likely that we can partially solve these issues in the next few years by first improving the AI technologies and design better regulatory conditions and make the current large models to have better align with our human values, right? As also mentioned a lot nowadays. So yeah, so basically, let me also have a brief summary. How can we like achieve that? So first is that we need a beta quality data in training those AI models, AI agents. And second, we should like go beyond, as I said, go beyond the correlation-based AI technologies, and instead we should really understand the underlying cause and effect relationships. So if we can really do well on these 2 points, I believe, so you will see a big progress in the next few years. Yeah.
Cool, thank you, Professor Chen and Professor Huang. So, I know there are a lot of debate and, red team, blue team over here. So I still want to push the boundary of the debate, not debate, but discussion over there, right? So basically, right now, so meme coin, let's go outside box, okay? Meme coin is just a meme coin, but outside box, meme coin means consensus, right? Consensus, so or sentiments over there. And the overall market is ineffective or effective because, there are so many chaotic trends over there, can be controlled or cannot be controlled. Sentiment, those trading rules and all those, the contacts, financial report also over there. But behind the scene, again, let's go back to this topic. So as long as the more and more AI-driven trading activity over there behind the scene, no matter Web 2, Web 3, right? Citadel is the biggest one. When with Ember, we do a lot of volume trading and new trading over there, right? So now as we go beyond the trading rules-based trading to the AI bots or AGI bots, LM-based trading over there, right? So again, my question, do you red team, let's go red team or blue team. Red team is, hey, you encourage this more and more AI trading to provide liquidity and optimize the market efficiency. Then blue team is, you're thinking, hey, I think, we still need to depress the behavior and make sure we go back to the well-organized, human-centered trading behavior. So how?
Can I just ask, is when you say red and blue, are you talking about Republican and Democrat?
Oh,
I'm just asking.
I think it's just about red pill, blue pill,
okay.
just about that. Yeah. So how do you think, Wei?
So, and I want to make sure that nobody calls me Dr. Doom or anything negative. So I am actually very, very bullish, but I don't, so to go back to what you were saying earlier, I fundamentally don't believe that inference models will actually be by themselves a good solution for trading. The reason, as I was saying, about amplitude, herd mentality, and all of the dissonance that happens because of it. And then also because it's so easy to poison it. It is way too easy. You put out some fake news, put up some pictures, and the next thing you have a 5-second video that destroys a coin and everybody is bankrupt. That's not a healthy process, right? And the problem is that we are forever going to be in catch-up mode because we're the defenders and we're not actually the bad actors. The bad actors have fuck all to risk. They don't lose anything. They can poison, they can hurt, they can do anything that they want because they are bad actors and they don't give a shit, right? We have to actually defend things. That's a whole different world. I have to worry about change management. I've got to worry about regulations, controls, data structures. There's a lot of things that will break if I actually try to even respond to bad actors fast enough. So back to the earlier comment, I am a big fan of causality, right? Because you have to actually think how that is actually semantically relevant, contextually relevant, and why you would actually lead from point A to point B, because an inference model isn't going to necessarily get there. It's just going to chase a movement, right?
Thank you, Wei. I agree with you.
There you go. Well, two people here. Well,
yeah,
I don't know which color we are, but
we're on the causality side.
I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here, right? So I'm just gonna go back to the fact that there's like the AI trading, it's already here, like we're not. So I don't think it's even worth it to like using your word to depress that. It's really the human behavior that's driving these AI, right? At the end of the day, it's just being amplified, right? The human greed. So, but then the same thing is like the AI agent itself does improve productivities, right? And then it really like increases competitiveness of your trading in the sense that in a high stake scenario, all these like high frequency trading scenarios, right? Just that milliseconds, right? Like we're talking about, I'm going to go back to this blockchain infrastructure spiel, right? Like in the Ethereum world, we have 12 seconds block time. And even if you just beat that by, slightly like right now, like in the L2 space, right? In Ethereum L2 is about 400 milliseconds, right? That's already huge improvement for the second scenario to win over the first, right? So now with our tech, we beat it even by another 8 times to 50 milliseconds. So, just the point that the AI agent is able to improve human trading efficiency to the point that it's increasing profitability for the trading experience, right? That itself is a huge prop. So like, as opposed to, going back to this debate of like, is there any, safeguarding that we need to put in place? Yes, of course we should, right? Like that's not even up for debate, right? We should put these ethical standards to make sure that the AI is always acting in the interest of the human behind it.
Yeah, just very quick comments. Yeah, so I think AI trading is something you really cannot, like 10 years ago, people also debate, high frequency trading is good or it's not. It's unfair to the, like retail investor because you are using powerful machines. I think still like AI trading is pretty much, but I feel it's in a good way in the sense that actually it's not become even more unfair. Actually, it's become fair because, the investor traders who don't know coding, who do not know the trading algorithm before, now they have the AI, they can help them, building an easy trading algorithm in a relatively short amount of time. But of course, the market will become a different pattern because of AI. For example, if you have some news, then all the AI agents probably will react in the same direction. And then this really depends on how your AI agent was built, right? Your agent can be smart, right? When everybody move in the same direction, your AI may say, okay, wait a second, I want to, do some hedging and wait until I see the clear movement. It's really become a competing of like AI who is smart. And also, of course, some people can place a fake news. Of course, I understand we definitely need a regulation that's very, very critical in all the trading, but sometimes regulation just falling a little bit behind. And then at this time, probably you need some, AI tools to detect whether it's a true news or fake news. So just the technology is there. It's really about how we use them. And but in general, I think AI trading will, no matter you like it or not, this will become more and more popular. And there's many like pioneers already move ahead on this direction.
Yeah. So again, trying to be positive here, right? 2 suggestions for anybody that is actually interested in this world, especially on the institutional side when you're dealing with billions and billions, right? 2 things that are absolutely critical to the industry. One is provenance, which is the immutable blockchain. It's very, very important to have that provenance. The second is there are going to be standards that should be much more aggressively adopted by people in, it doesn't matter if it's DeFi or Web 2, 3, whatever number you want to call it, right? ISO 20022, for example, is going to be here by November. Every single bank is supposed to qualify for this. Already, many of the big, whatever you want to call Web 2, 3, right? A lot of the big protocols have already adopted this ISO standard. Those of you that are actually trying to build agents or launch stable coins or whatever, you should go towards this as quickly as possible because this is going to be critical. And this will actually allow you, on the positive side, to attract massive institutional interest because institutions are not going to want to deal with something that doesn't have standards.
Great. Thank you, Wei, to be super positive at the end. Okay, everyone, welcome to the end. It's a very good discussion over there, and I'm not sure we have time for one or question or yes, anyone can add a question? Yeah, please.
Thank you for this fantastic panel. My question is very simple, but first I envision that in the very near future, all of us will own multiple AI agents and institutions as well. And these agents will be interacting with each other. But this is promising, but also very concerning. So is there any technical or technology efforts to verify these AI agents and make sure that they are trustworthy?
So I started earlier and I was saying there is actually work in OWASP. There is also work in NIST to do this. They are actually working towards dynamic RBAC and ABAC, and they're working to create, I don't know who was the speaker that was, oh, there you are. Okay, sorry, I'm blind as a bat. I can't see shit. But yeah, there are actually activities that are already happening. They have been for the last 2.5 years. And most of us in the institutional side, we're heavily involved in it. And there are also activities in the private sector that are already also working at addressing some of the identity access management, because there are two camps to it. One is to go and say everything, this is a digital employee or digital persona, and this is therefore the agent is that, and that's what you need to do. The other side is actually to do what I think you were saying earlier with AFTAA or any of the agencies that would do a national or global registry. There are two activities that are already happening, and they're moving fast. Not fast enough for me because I'm an old man and I'm impatient, but there are activities.
I can also add one sentence. So we design a new rewarding mechanism to avoid this issue, to try to avoid these issues from the source. Yeah.
Okay, one more.
And the Stanford's Fifides team last year published a paper is called the aging AI. So aging is an entity, AI is a tool. So they have from this very different angle to look at this and how to solve the, like I mentioned the things you mentioned, typically is you use a simulation to exemplify the age case to find that this is true or not. So if it's true, you accept it. If it's bad, you reject it. Yeah.
So one tiny little comment. I know of what you're talking about. I actually think that the next step, and one that will actually be really, really interesting, is that the world is going to, within the next couple of years, we're going to see real quantum computing. And one of the interesting things is that no longer becomes binary. That becomes a gradient, right? And that's going to be incredibly interesting and powerful, because now we can actually, this is a perfect use case, by the way, for quantum. You use that to do scenario analysis, and then we can actually do risk analysis against and create effectively a new risk calculus or a new risk framework that we can actually use in a, sure.
Quantum computing will add a lot of use case and real data which human cannot provide.
Yeah, so one of the biggest problems, exactly to your point, one of the biggest problems that we're going to actually see is the amount of data that we're going to have. And to, I think, what you were saying earlier, for rewards and reinforcement training and what you can do and how do you solve pink elephants, whatever it is, there are lots and lots of different issues that will come up for this. It's already something that academia has been working on for 4 years now.
Yeah, we can simulate a counterfactual word.
Exactly. Counterfactual reward, or Gen RM, right? A whole bunch of different things.
I kind of feel like the edge is in that quantum cybersecurity with companies like Rigetti, D-Wave, CLSQ. What kind of advantages or sort of inroads are companies doing to make sure that they account for that? So quantum cybersecurity specifically.
So in our case, and sorry, I didn't want to push my company, but we run this zero trust architecture. We run 853.5, not 4. We have a whole bunch of FedRAMP and CNSSI overlays on top. And we are also quantums. We've already moved everything to post-quantum security based on NIST standards from August. And we use this not only in storage, but also in transit.
All right, let's have a cut. Otherwise, we'll go to fiction world, okay? We can go to another 1 hour. Thanks everyone for being here, and yeah, thanks everyone who is here.
Sorry, 看一眼。稍等一下。
把 live stream 先停掉。是哪个呀？那肯定不是。哎，你们是用的，我第一次用这个。
我点一
好，OK。哎，sorry，得把这个。
这能直接放大它吗？
我才有意思把 live 没了，已经结束了，结束了，对，没了。
哦，sorry，哦
哎，
，sorry，
没事没事没事。他说停，让那个给结束，所以说结束怎么结束？
哦，等点。
我应该从这儿点。